Reborn in the empire where the sun never sets to become a pirate. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 251 My Job. Climbing the stairs, it was already midnight. The streets and alleys were deserted, and the clothing shops upstairs had long since closed. Midnight in New Orleans had a kind of curfew-like stillness. Everywhere one looked, loneliness and desolation filled the air. Combined with the chaotic planning and the city walls, both old and new, it resembled a long-abandoned ruin. Lorraine had a misconception that the current New Orleans was a retaliatory correction of its former prosperity. The more vibrant it was when it was bustling, the more dilapidated it became when it declined. And wasn't the Drake Chamber of Commerce any different? The chamber's rapid growth over the years was due to Lorraine applying a modern entrepreneurial model to contemporary rules. The flagship and branches were independent entrepreneurial teams, working together to complement each other, each leveraging their strengths to build a solid foundation. Lorraine's flagship was the most core of the three teams. Lorraine is the team's brain and heart, the sailors form the spine and torso, the long-term sailors are the limbs and skeleton, and the hired crew members are the bloodstream, constantly supplying nutrients. At first glance, Lorraine appears to be the team's sole center. But in reality, without Lorraine, the team would perish. A failure among the crew would be equally devastating. Therefore, Belle's case cannot be overemphasized. It concerns not only Lorraine's personal feelings, but also the unity and trust of the entire team. Testimony, evidence. Lorraine meticulously reviewed every detail related to Belle. So far, Belle had behaved well, his words and actions showing no signs of complacency. Yet, this very fact has divided the crew. Hannah and Pierce insist that Belle is flawed. Excessive perfection itself suggests something fishy, especially since Belle hasn't even shown any issues when alone. Such vigilance suggests he's overreaching. Kren and Katerina, on the other hand, believe Belle is innocent. They insisted that Belle was an essential and crucial part of the smuggling operation, having played a crucial role in the two previous battles against the Lion, and his performance was sufficient to prove his innocence. Of course, private contact with naval personnel was unwise, but since his testimony was flawless, and even when alone, he showed no signs of suspicion, he should be trusted. The extreme left and the extreme right were in opposition, while the remaining men wavered in the center, each with their own stance and concerns. If they were not careful, the team would fall apart. Lorraine felt a throbbing pain in his temple. Belle, if I had known, I would have left you on the plantation to eat dirt. You wouldn't starve to death anyway. Night shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The shop was filled with a variety of clothes, accompanied by puppets dancing. Without lights or lights, it looked like a ghost town. Lorraine sat silently among the puppets. From time to time, a sailor would come in, find him, stand beside him, and join in the silence. Not long after, all the members of the Jackdaw, except Belle, were in place. Lorraine glanced at everyone's face and whispered, "Let's verify the testimony." Catalina spoke first. "I confirmed with Bart that the daydream of Berambutter has been established for more than 40 years. It not only does business with the British, but also with the French and Spanish. Its backer is a profit-seeking Frenchman who has a certain foundation in the military, so the British have been his wallet for a long time. In other words, this intelligence point does not belong to Shaq, or even to the UK. Belle did not lie about this." "Yes." Lorraine turned to Kren again. "Emin's testimony. More than 10 days ago, someone introduced him to a big business, so he came to New Orleans for the purpose of selling intelligence. So simple." Kren spread his hands. "He said a lot, but it boils down to this. He said he arrived at the port 8 days ago and had a dispute with a ship owner at the dock over the charter fee. Atrin confirmed this. The captain, the dismissed sailor, and the pilot at the berth at the time all expressed their deep impression of him. What about his four thugs? They're British pioneers, and not much is known. They were all hired by Emmons in Hamilton. It's hard to tell, but their testimony is consistent. It's watertight." Lorraine scratched his head in annoyance. Given the current situation, there's nothing suspicious about Belle, Emmons, or even the four guards. But Bale's confession was so convincing that much remains unconfirmed, such as Ammons's motives, his identity, and most importantly, the authenticity of the intelligence document detailing the Continental Squadron's rotation for the past 3 months and the commander's details. If everything is true, Bale is clearly loyal to the Chamber of Commerce, and his ties to the Navy are no longer important. As one of the masterminds of the smuggling operation, his disclosure of all this would be tantamount to a confession of guilt. While the claims of meritorious service and tainted witness are appealing, guilt remains guilt, and no one can exonerate themselves. However, if any of the information is fabricated, Bale's motives become questionable. His purpose, his intentions, whether it was a revelation of conscience or a deliberate undercover operation, and whether he was backed by the Navy or Shark, all represent entirely different implications, and Lorraine faces a completely different situation. Ultimately, is a trip to Bermuda still necessary? Lorraine sighed. It's past midnight. It's July 29th now, and the first contract expires on August 18th. There's still plenty of time. I plan to go to Hamilton with Hina. Chuck open an exchange there. The manager is an old man from the Butterfly Flower. I have enough manpower there, but Hamilton is Shaq's lair. It's easy for problems to arise if I go there in person. Yachirin, you and Daniel go to Kingston, and let Leonard meet me in Hamilton as quickly as possible. Be secretive. As for the rest of the people, continue to stay here to prepare supplies for the third ship, and let Bale go on board. Wang is also responsible for taking care of him. If he has any abnormalities, Wang Yi smiled without a smile, and whispered in Chinese, kill people to silence them, sink the body in the deep sea, and no one will know. Lorraine approved of his arrangement with his eyes. Let's arrange it this way. I'll get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. If there's any delay, and I can't get the conclusion back to New Orleans in time, the Jackdaw must sail by August 10th at the latest. Catalina will be the primary navigator at sea, and Carmen will be the primary navigator on land. You'll need to find a freelance pilot as a backup, and Catalina will be responsible for this. Having finished all the arrangements, Lorraine shook his head. Charge a boat, prepare gifts. Carmen, it looks like you won't be able to sleep tonight. Sorry, it's just my job, and I've been paid. Carmen playfully stuck out her tongue. Her words and smile, like a ray of sunshine, shattered the solemn atmosphere of the night. Everyone suddenly remembered that risking their lives was the job of a privateer. Death was commonplace at any time, and no matter which side Bale took, it couldn't put them in greater danger. So, why bother? Lorraine laughed heartily for the first time. Everyone, is there anything unclear? Everything is at the captain's command. Sailors who can't trust their ship cannot sail. Because of Njord's disdain, they can never find the direction of the wind. If my mother didn't lie to me. Good luck, comrades, to our captain. The sorrows and joys of the tailor shop couldn't reach the old tavern below. At dawn, the ever-smiling Wang Yi opened the door and took the ever-smiling Belle away. Before leaving, Belle glared at Ammons with a murderous look. It looked like resentment, but Ammons saw it as a warning to not act rashly. He was clearly just an executor of the plan, yet he was worried that the mastermind would lose his temper. Ammons lay down, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep. He wondered if that look was more than just a warning to not act rashly. It might also contain a message of no struggle, even in death. But, was dying for Shaq worth it? It will take 10 years to dig me out of the burial chamber with your own hands. I've also paid back £2,000 of usury. A lieutenant colonel's annual salary is £80, so I need to pay it back for 25 years, he muttered in a small voice that only he could hear. I'm 32 this year, I've owed 35 years, and I've already paid it back for 6 years. So, I'll be 61 when I'm done. If I really die, it seems I'll have made a profit, but, even after making all the preparations, he still can't completely clear himself of suspicion. He's so suspicious. Is he really only 19? His brother, who looks cold but is actually warm-hearted, is much cuter than him. I really want to play cards. If not, leave me 3 pennies, and guess the odds and evens. Work is really not a pleasant thing. Tisk, go to sleep. Chapter 252 Helena's Son. As fast as lightning, 1,000 miles a day, standing on the high-spirited bow of a rented Bermuda sloop, Lorraine opened his arms to the wind, shouting out to the boundless sea and sky. The Bermuda schooner is a new type of ship that has only matured in recent years. Available in single-masted and multi-masted varieties, it generally refers to any specialized sailing vessel that utilizes the new Bermuda rig and emphasizes the high-speed American design. This design, a treasure trove of British and American influences, first emerged during the British colonial period in Africa, primarily as a lightweight, high-speed schooner built from Kenyan redwood. Later, the British found a more suitable alternative, Bermuda cypress. This wood is light, strong, and highly oily, making it resistant to deformation. While its brittle nature makes it unsuitable for warships, it is highly suitable for merchant vessels. This gave rise to the Bermuda Islands shipbuilding industry. Later, as the Bermuda population largely immigrated from North America, particularly Virginia, the region became a hub of immigrants. Chesapeake Bay shipbuilders, imaginative and driven by a deep love of speed, quickly incorporated a Baltimore high-speed design, creating the distinctive Bermuda style. A low freeboard resulted in a deeper draft, while a rake mast increased the mast's height, allowing it to extend beyond the ship's length and shifting the hull's center of gravity aft, tilting the bow. The sword-shaped bow and shield stern were a hallmark of Baltimore ships, but they boldly increased the aspect ratio, making the hull even more slender and enhancing its wave-cutting ability. Bermuda's sails primarily employed fore and aft sails, blending features of the Arabian jib and the Eastern hard sail. For the first time, battens were incorporated into Western soft sails, creating the distinctive Bermuda sail. This design allowed the sail to expand its windward surface and provide flexibility, enabling it to find the right angle to cut a wind regardless of wind direction. In the right wind, it could even reach speeds exceeding the wind's speed. All of this ultimately resulted in the Bermuda, the fastest ship in the world today. Its sloops still hold the world's fastest speed of 18 knots and the fastest average speed of 12 knots. The ketches have even reached a top speed of 16 knots, making them the undisputed king of speed. Due to their impressive performance, the Bermuda schooner has rapidly gained popularity in the world's light merchant fleet, with even maritime powers beginning to explore their military potential. The Royal Navy recently ordered a number of Bermuda schooners, with sloops used for communications and ketches and square-rigged schooners replacing the brigantine and brig, often performing exceptionally well in local anti-piracy operations. Unfortunately, despite their fame, Lorraine had only just experienced their charm. From Lorraine's professional perspective, this unique ship type, with its aspect ratio exceeding 5:1 and its long, heavily raked mast, clearly possesses both significant advantages and disadvantages. Its advantages are self-evident: speed, extreme speed. The Karen was a single-masted thrump schooner, while the Iris was a standard brigantine. Both ships averaged less than 6 knots, putting them in a league of their own with the same sails as the Bermudas. However, the Karen could carry up to 6 9-pounder broadsides, while the Iris boasted 20. The brigs boasted 12-pounder main guns and 28 gun ports, stats the Bermudas couldn't even dream of. The sloop, like the one Lorraine was standing on, was armed with only 2 civilian 4-pounder guns, primarily for the purpose of repelling and intimidating large marine life. The standard armament of a military brig would never exceed 16 guns, and even with a double-sail design, the main gun caliber was limited to 9-pounders. While speed was a trade-off for stability, the use of these vessels as armed merchant ships was severely limited. However, in certain applications, they offered significant advantages over traditional vessels. Lorraine set her sights on the Bermuda ship. Hannah, asked the owner if he's selling it. Hannah was stunned for a moment. "You're not used to riding in other people's boats." "Oh, I just think the Karen is too slow for transportation, and I'm thinking of getting a new one soon." The Velen Waterdrop, the Bermuda schooner Lorraine was in, became his property for £260. The details were handled by the Chamber of Commerce staff in Hamilton, and when Leonard arrived, the crew would be replaced with people Lorraine could trust. 2 days passed like this. In the afternoon, the Velen Waterdrop glided past Cape Comishena in Northern Ireland against the setting sun, cutting south into Harrington Bay. Along the way, it took in the magnificent views of the Royal Naval Dockyard, and, guided by the Townhill Lighthouse, it entered the calm and deep waters of Great Bay. At the eastern end of Great Bay lay Hamilton, the capital of the Bermuda Islands. The Velen Waterdrop slowly moored into the empty dock, and Lorraine stood on the boat, silent for a long time. Hannah, wearing a moon-white smock, walked to Lorraine gracefully and gently took his arm. "Are you worried that Belle's intelligence is false?" Lorraine shook his head. "Actually, I'm not that worried about Belle anymore." "Huh?" "When he came to me, smuggling hadn't even started, So he couldn't be a premeditated military undercover. At the very least, he was just a spy sent to me by Shaq. But your brother is the admiral of the Continental Fleet. It's two different things. Lorraine smiled. Shaq and I are a private matter. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public. Even if he hears about my smuggling, he won't make it public. After all, my last name is Drake. Even if I'm expelled from the family, this family can't afford the infamy of their descendants collaborating with the enemy. So, the worst outcome is that Shaq will sink me at all costs, and he will need to be in charge in person to avoid any accidents in the process, such as me being captured alive or surrendering. But, how long can a Major General Admiral, the helmsman of the entire fleet, stay at the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay and do nothing? It won't last long. Lorraine shook his head. Even if he's headstrong, at most he'll just go along with the lion. This means that as long as the lion isn't around, our environmental risks won't be affected by the added risk of Shaq and Belle. Besides, what if Belle's telling the truth? Hannah leaned against Lorraine, pondering for a long time before finally conceding that Lorraine's theory made sense. The biggest risk in the Belle incident was that the conditions for Lorraine's collaboration wouldn't be exposed. Belle was either innocent or a medium for the Drake brothers' conflict. Either way, the risk of smuggling wouldn't be higher. This made Belle's position much simpler. If he sided with Lorraine, the intelligence was true, the Chamber of Commerce had a good assist, and everyone was happy. If he sided with Shaq, the intelligence was false, and Lorraine would definitely have to pack up his belongings, but there was no need for bloodshed. Once Belle left, Lorraine would either urgently find a suitable navigator or commit himself to smuggling and abandon all Chamber of Commerce business. Arms smuggling, this business with huge returns, has been downgraded from being acceptable or not to being smooth or not. This downgrade itself is a huge benefit. I just hope for the most perfect result. Hina thought to herself, but the words came to her lips. I saw you were uneasy all the way. Now that there is no big problem with Belle, then, Lorraine raised her hand and pointed to the northwest. The Royal Naval Dockyard, the heavily guarded military port we passed by when we came here, is where Shaq is stationed. Hina's expression darkened. If you want to go and see, not interested. Lorraine laughed inexplicably. I'm not interested in seeing that noble lord's arrogant look. If Belle is really his man, give it back to him with a thank you letter. Thank you letter, yes, a thank you letter. The head of Helena's son is on the jackdaw? If you like it, please ride a lion to get it. How about it? I think it's pretty good. P.S. The information on Bermuda sailboats is difficult to find. Thanks to the great support of the book friend, Trainee Captain. Chapter 253, Raising Snakes. Since Lorraine was supposedly exploring the Amazon jungle, upon arriving in Hamilton, he and Hannah didn't show up at the Chamber of Commerce's exchange. Instead, they secretly met with the exchange's manager and settled directly at a beautiful beachfront villa near Harrington Bay. They listened to the ebb and flow of the tide and watched the clouds roll by. Lorraine had heard that the villa was the private property of the Vice Minister of Continental Fleet Affairs. This showed that, thanks to Chuck's connections, the Chamber of Commerce, despite its brief presence in Bermuda, had established a strong network of relationships. Lorraine and Hannah settled in, anticipating Leonard's arrival while dispatching the local manager to investigate Chris Emmons. The result? Lorraine wasn't sure if the news was unexpected. Emmons was a prominent figure in Bermuda, a lieutenant commander and a close aide to the admiral. It said he'd been Shark's administrative officer since his time on the Sea Lion, and later served on the Wanderer and Lion. Even among his direct line, he was a rare veteran of 3 different orders, incredibly skilled in his craft, earning him the nickname Shaq's Compass. Shark was best known for his circular area defense tactics, the meaning of which was self-evident. Shark made no secret of his favoritism for him. Emmons was a staff officer of corrupt personal conduct, a compulsive gambler, and still unmarried. He had no control over his spending, resorting to loan sharking whenever his salary fell short. He'd been thrown onto rocks and buried in graves for his loan sharking, and at least twice faced prosecution for trafficking intelligence and military supplies, both cases ultimately brought to a halt thanks to Shark's intervention. Lorraine didn't know why Shark kept such a clown around, but those familiar with the situation generally stated that their personal relationship was not close, if at all. Even within the professional realm, Shaq was both reliant on and wary of him, never allowing him to easily wield real power. Amazing. Lorraine sipped his coffee, smacking his lips. Chris Emmons's personality perfectly suited him to reselling intelligence, and given his involvement in fleet defense, he was fully equipped to possess most of the information Bell requested without any assistance. Furthermore, there was another crucial piece of evidence. The manager told Lorraine that, in order to eliminate the original trial documents that led to Bell's wanted status, Chuck contacted Emmons through a friend, then used Emmons' connections to gain access to the Royal Naval Dockyard's archives and personally destroyed all traces. If even this was premeditated, then Shaq's premeditation in Bell's case was far more extensive. Shaq is raising snakes. Lorraine handed the thick stack of intelligence to Hannah. Hannah, do you think we should do him a favor and just make that Emmons disappear? Hannah flipped through the report without looking up. That depends on the intelligence we have. If it's truly useful, keeping him a few days longer won't hurt. That makes sense. On August 6, a full 6 days after arriving in Hamilton, Lorraine finally received word from Leonard. The news said his ship would arrive at the dock that afternoon. To allow him to begin his work as quickly as possible, Lorraine decided to go to the dock to meet him in person. A horse-drawn carriage cruised through Hamilton's winding, neat, and undulating streets. Bermuda is an island far from the mainland, and even the smallest piece of flat, solid land is hard to find. Therefore, almost all of its towns and villages are built on uneven hills, with winding paths leading to secluded worlds. The architecture here has its own unique style. The island's white roofs are beautiful, with brightly colored walls beneath the pure white roofs. Even the military and political buildings, churches, and schools are vibrant and lively. Building materials primarily utilize volcanic rock, polished into bricks, which are lightweight yet strong. Their natural foam-like pores offer remarkable soundproofing and warmth, making it easy to find a tranquil and peaceful retreat on the island. The pristine white roofs are also carved from volcanic rock, often fashioned into a distinctive pyramidal staircase, rising layer by layer with sharp angles. As a British overseas dominion, Bermuda is exceptionally wealthy among its American colonies. This prosperity, fueled by its abundant cypress trees and inexhaustible supply of sea salt, is a testament to Britain's skill in colonial governance. Like most of its American territories, Bermuda was first discovered by the Spanish explorer Antonius Bermuda in 1503. However, the imaginative Spanish, imagining the Bermuda petrel's shrill cries as the devil's whispers, refused to settle on the island for a long time. The Portuguese were similarly reluctant. In 1543, a Portuguese merchant ship ran aground in these waters. The survivors spent 4 months building a new hull from the local cypress trees before hastily fleeing the uninhabited archipelago that had terrified them. It wasn't until 1609, when the fleet of Sir Thomas Somers, who had sailed around the world with Francis Drake, sailed from England and wrecked in the Bermuda Sea while seeking aid for the Virginia colony, that the survivors truly established themselves in the islands. The British, drawn to these devilish islands, established a Sir Thomas Somers Colonial Company the following year and declared the islands a colony. 2 years later, in 1612, they officially began colonizing the land. Through shipping, salt production, logging primarily based on planted cypress trees, and limited agriculture, the British thoroughly developed this desolate and harsh island. In just over a century, it became a unique paradise in the Americas, surprising the Spanish who had previously abandoned it. Hannah particularly enjoyed the tranquility of this place. Halfway through the journey, she simply stopped the carriage, led Lorraine down, and strolled along the shady, stone-paved path. "Lorraine, remember the last time you took a leisurely stroll like this?" Lorraine pondered for a moment. "Habashi, that was when I was in trouble." Lorraine, somewhat unaccustomed to Hannah's occasional outbursts, immediately gave in, then pondered for a moment with a scowl. "Ah. It was Bathsheba." Hannah stamped her foot in anger. "That time we got separated, and you wandered around for a long time by yourself, and even found Catalina." "Oh, that Kahai. Do you call rock climbing a stroll? Or the forced march and looting that followed? You remember it so clearly." Lorraine rubbed her nose awkwardly. Hannah blushed slightly, lowered her head, and smiled. "Those were really relaxing days in Bermeo." Hannah's words reminded Lorraine of the early days of her business. Just 4 people, 1 ship. An unsellable glass from Northern Europe. Lorraine and Hannah wandered the streets, strolling from one small archway to another. A smile crept onto Lorraine's face. "I remember you loved the flamenco of the Sarah tribe. Back then, when White Ears sniffed you out, smelling the fishy smell, you asked Noah if she could ride a broom." "Witches, don't all witches ride brooms? It's a fairy tale." Henna tapped Lorraine's forehead, each word clearly. I didn't expect you to believe those vicious white fairy tales. A sudden intimacy. Soft fingertips tapped his forehead repeatedly, and Lorraine accepted and responded dumbly, completely unsure of how to respond, let alone what was the appropriate response. Could it be going up? Loud music erupted at the end of the street, startling Lorraine, who had ulterior motives, and Henna, who was unsure how to react. The two of them naturally ended the process of clicking and being clicked, and leaned against the wall together, watching a group of colorful dancers dancing past them. Henna looked at the oblivious dancers curiously. Are they Roma? Noah will be angry if you confuse this weird dance with flamenco. Lorraine didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They should be dancing gumbo, which is popular in many places in the Caribbean. I saw Indians dancing it during a celebration in Lucia. You know, they have many celebrations. Thinking of the lively Indians in the manor, Henna also laughed. Is gumbo an Indian dance? The word gumbo comes from the dialect used for communication between East African tribes. Its original meaning is celebration. I guess this dance was probably brought by the trafficked black slaves. I just don't understand what qualifications they have to initiate a celebration when they are on the plantation. Qualifications? Henna bit her lip. Maybe it's just the white people's momentary curiosity. In fact, it's more likely to be malicious. Lorraine took Henna's arm again. For example, ask all the slaves to dance, and then shoot the one who dances the worst. What a meaningless killing. There are many meaningless things in this world, but only when people have everything are they qualified to invent cruel games. Yes, it's really like that. How boring. P.S. Gombi dance is a kind of black music with steel drum accompaniment, strong rhythm and cheerfulness. It is widely popular in the Caribbean region and its history is unknown. So, don't listen to the goose's nonsense. Stick out your tongue. Chapter 254. Wait obediently. The sudden romance was completely extinguished by the sudden weight of conversation. For the rest of the day, Lorraine and Henna didn't talk about sex anymore. Holding each other's arms, they wandered around until they reached a busy dock. Lorraine hadn't anticipated his unexpected adventures yet. The mighty lion, bow held high, was moored at berth 1. Spirited sailors lined up in formation. At the front, Shaq, whom he hadn't seen in years, was shaking hands and bidding farewell to distinguished gentlemen on the embankment. Lorraine's position coincidentally extended his field of vision. The Drake brothers' eyes met midair, and Lorraine froze, clearly reading Shaq's gaze. Just wait, waiting for you. Lorraine snorted and turned to the other side of the dock. Berth 9 held the Rain Frog, the ship Lorraine had plundered from Lake Pontchartrain. As the flagship of the Caribbean offshore merchant fleet, this ship was the very vessel Leonard had sailed on. Halfway through, a young captain, leading a dozen sailors, trotted up, their face flushed and their breathing rapid. President Drake, Lorraine, helpless, could only stop, his face stern, as he watched the captain approach. President Drake, I am Tara Amani, a captain of the New World Fleet and assault officer of HMS Lion. Captain Amani, it's a pleasure to meet you. You don't look pleased at all. Amani smiled bitterly, stood at attention, and saluted. President, I'm sorry to have come here, mainly because the Admiral wanted to see you. You come at my beck and call, and you go at my beck and call. The noble Lord of Tavistock is as arrogant as ever. Lorraine forced a smile. Please tell Admiral Drake that I'm busy with the Chamber of Commerce and Lorraine Drake has no time to accompany you. Please forgive me, why are these two brothers always like this? Honest Armani almost shed tears. He resisted the urge to tie Lorraine over and said humbly, President, just meet the Admiral. It won't take long. The Admiral has a training meeting in the afternoon. Time is money, Captain. Just like you are standing in front of me now, you are wasting my money. This, waste? How can chatting with the Rear Admiral be a waste of money? Do you know? The invitation to the Admiral's cocktail party is hard currency in the entire Caribbean. Last time at the auction, one letter was sold for more than £100. Oh. It's an honor. Lorraine suddenly realized, excuse me, goodbye. After finally bidding farewell to the governor who was entangled in the matter, Shaq rubbed his eyebrows tiredly, his eyes wandering around Armani. Admiral, you came back alone. President Drake said that since you are so busy, he dare not. Do you think I'm arrogant? Armani's face turned pale. Well, Admiral, anyway, it's still more than half an hour before we are ready to leave the port. No need. Shaq stepped onto the deck expressionlessly without stopping for a moment. He knows me very well. Under the Rain Frog, Lorraine saw Leonard and Orvis waiting there, which surprised him a little. "Orvis is here too." The tall and handsome Orvis smiled embarrassedly, "although the captain didn't plan to see me. After all, I have the convenience of my position, so I dared to use my power for personal gain." "Use my power for personal gain?" Leonard, whose face was increasingly showing the temperament of a good guy, patted Orvis's arm. "The ocean-going fleet has been officially formed. According to the previous discussion between President Parker and me, Admiral Cotterance will be appointed as the ocean-going admiral, so the position of near-shore admiral will be vacant. Orvis was originally the deputy admiral, and he likes to travel on the sea, so he is the natural person to take the position, so it's a promotion." Lorraine smiled and stretched out his hand. "Congratulations." Orvis smiled even more brightly. "This is all because of the captain's support." Lorraine always didn't like to leave compliments in front of his own people, so he waved his hand. "Leonard, has the Chamber of Commerce changed during this period?" "The ocean-going fleet has set sail. The first batch consists of 3 ships, the original Andes, the Lucky Horseshoe and the Jupiter. Of course, the names of the ships have been changed, and the French are very satisfied. This is Chuck's area of expertise." The Chamber of Commerce was invited to the last 3 days of the Havana peace talks. President Parker attended on your behalf and accepted the French people's gratitude. As a thank you, we obtained business licenses from all French New World colonies, and enjoyed the privileges of a registered Chamber of Commerce in Fort-de-France, with a 30% reduction in transaction taxes in the Pan-Caribbean region. Flashy stuff. Lorraine pouted in boredom. "France is not England. The essence of the Pan-Caribbean is in the Gulf of Mexico and the furs and minerals of the entire New France. Now British merchant ships are seeking death by sailing that route. The 30% tax benefit is equivalent to nothing." Leonard was helpless and proud. "In fact, President Parker originally asked for the right of free navigation, but the French were worried that you would destroy their ports and the negotiations would fail, so they changed to the current embroidered pillow." "Sure enough." Lorraine shook his head in understanding and took the information from Hannah. "The reason I called you here this time is urgent. I received a piece of military intelligence in New Orleans, and I need you to confirm its authenticity and verify it with the original." Leonard flipped through a few pages carefully. "It's very internal information. Can you do it? At least 2 days, and I have to go to the Royal Naval Dockyard in person." "Be careful." Leonard nodded seriously. Seeing the formal explanation complete, the good-natured man forced a narrow smile. "Captain, that's the famous lion, right?" "What? You want a ride?" "I'm not crazy." Leonard rolled his eyes in fear. "If I were to board their admiral's ship to spy on key military intelligence, no matter how well connected they are, they'd have me hanged on the gun platform to prove my innocence. So what? I just think it's rare for the captain and my brother to meet." "Right, don't be so nosy." Lorraine raised an eyebrow and patted Leonard's shoulder, her voice gentle enough to drip with water. "Don't be so nosy, old man." The most important event in Hamilton officially unfolded on August 6, 4 days before Lorraine's final sailing date for New Orleans. Furthermore, at the speed of the Blue Drop, it would take 2 days to bring the results back to New Orleans, leaving Leonard and Lorraine with very little time. This made Lorraine even more eager to deploy sufficient Bermuda sailboats within the Chamber of Commerce. The two sides said goodbye at the dock. Leonard immediately visited a local councillor by carriage. Before nightfall, he boarded a naval supply boat and quietly infiltrated the heavily fortified Royal Navy dockyard, which occupied the entire island of Northern Ireland. Meanwhile, Orvis took up residence at the stock exchange under the pretext of coordinating logistics, while Lorraine and Hannah returned to the beachfront villa to await departure. The Blue Drop replaced the entire crew and transferred to the villa's private dock, ready for departure. The entire operation, including all communications, was handled by Orvis's senior staff, who leaked no further information. A night and a day passed in silence. On the night of August 7th, a frantic knock echoed at the villa's door. Hannah, her face grim, opened the door, welcoming a panicked Orvis. "Calm down," Hannah scolded. "What's wrong, Miss?" "Yesra, old Leonard," Orvis gasped incoherently. "This morning, a Navy man came to the stock exchange and said Leonard had been caught by patrolling sailors for intruding. Now, he's in jail." Chapter 255 Royal Naval Dockyard. August 7th. The sun was bright and the breeze was gentle. The slender Blue Drop glided across the waves, crossing the boundary between Harrington Bay and Great Bay, and gently docked in front of the Royal Naval Dockyard's Great Gate. Great Gate, as the locals call it, is actually just a low wooden bridge over 100 meters long, connecting the twin islands of North and South Ireland at the northwest tip of the Bermuda Islands. This is a design decision dictated by the Royal Naval Dockyard. As a key naval base for Great Britain's territorial expansion to the 13 North American states, the Royal Naval Dockyard occupies the island of Northern Ireland, which boasts the widest and most favorable hydrological conditions in the Bermuda Archipelago. This island, located in the northwest of the archipelago, is shaped like a semicircle. Its northwest coast is straight, facing the Atlantic Ocean, while its southeast coast curves outward, facing the main island of Bermuda across the sea. The two coastlines converge at the north and south ends. The northern point is Commissioner Point, the entrance to Harrington Bay, while the south point is home to the Great Gate, which is within easy reach of South Ireland. The Royal Navy Dockyard took full advantage of the island's geographical conditions. A massive pier with over 20 deep water berths stretched outward like the teeth of a comb, lined up along the northwest coast. The island was completely enclosed. A towering embankment, like a city wall, encircled the island's perimeter. Atop it, towering cannons and guard posts, concealed functional buildings such as administrative buildings, dormitories, warehouses, and dockyards. There were only two access routes from the main island. Large vessels with a draft of over 3 meters sailed north, around Cape Commissioner, and entered the harbor. After undergoing rigorous port inspection, they entered through the heavily guarded main gate. Smaller vessels with a draft of less than 3 meters sailed south, passing through the large water gate and turning into the flared mouth, entering the shallow bay enclosed by the embankment. Disembarkation was at the loading and unloading dock. The Azure Lane Teardrop chose the latter option. Lorraine, formally dressed, stood at the front of the cabin, leaning on his parachute and sword. While Orvis was going through the formalities with his sailors, he glanced up at the strange structure before him. The Great Water Gate is a bridge connecting the two islands, and it can be considered a cross-sea bridge. However, North and South Ireland are essentially a single island, less than 70 meters apart, making the cross-sea bridge, including the approach bridges, only about 100 meters long. The bridge is made entirely of wood, with 6 piers on opposite sides and a flat deck just over 4 meters high, giving it a somewhat gate-like appearance. However, while the gate allows for boats to pass through, the bridge is not a typical suspension bridge. A so-called boat raft is built along the center line of the bridge. It is shaped like a long wooden strip less than 20 centimeters wide, possibly the smallest boat raft in the world. Negotiations seemed to be going poorly. Alvis argued with the sailors on the bridge for a long time and angrily went to Lorraine to report. "Captain, the sailors said that the Blue Drop is a foreign civilian ship. If you want to land on the island, you have to go to the naval port for inspection. Can't you make an exception? The officer on duty is a stubborn guy. That's difficult. After all, to Kingston, I should be exploring Maya." Lorraine sighed and stepped forward with an umbrella. "Excuse me, who is the officer on duty?" A righteous had popped out from the bridge. "The Admiral is rectifying military discipline. All visitors, please go to the naval port for formal inspection. You don't accept external visits?" "Yes." The Admiral should have negotiated with the governor yesterday. The head held a chin high, keeping people at a distance. "No wonder the Lion went to Hamilton yesterday," Lorraine muttered softly, then looked up. "If they don't allow external visits, what about internal visits?" His mind froze for a moment. Personal business doesn't count as internal visits, but family visits, right? "Of course they do, sir. Do you have any relatives serving at the base?" "I guess so." "Who?" "Rear Admiral Sir Francis Drake, commander of the Continental Squadron, New World Fleet, assigned to the Royal Navy." The duty officer took 5 minutes to process Lorraine's request, and another 15 to approve it. 20 minutes later, the sailors on the bridge frantically removed the wooden planks, and the Blue Drop moved forward, its slender mast being supported as it slowly crossed the bridge and entered the wide, shallow waters behind it. Before Lorraine lay a funnel-shaped coral reef, pink sand, and a pink sea. Under the sun, the sea surface was a vibrant palette of colors, almost forgetting the hustle and bustle of the world, wanting only to sink into the water and enjoy the tranquility. But this is Shaq's territory. Lorraine was filled with melancholy, his heart pounding with long-lost companions beneath his roof. Even the most beautiful scenery couldn't move him. He simply wanted to rescue Leonard as quickly as possible. Even crucial intelligence would be a matter for later. All this clearly understood Lorraine's thoughts. The boat passed through the water gate and slid rapidly into the harbor, quickly finding a vacant boardwalk in the shallow bay and dropping anchor. Captain Imani, whom he had met yesterday, stood alone by the boardwalk, a sincere smile on his face. President Drake, the Admiral heard you were here and is waiting for you in the reception room. Lorraine pursed her lips secretly. I'm sorry, I'm here this time to resolve the misunderstanding that our employees were detained without reason by the Royal Navy. The Admiral is very busy. If it's to resolve the issue of illegal intrusion last night, you need to see the Admiral even more, because that matter has been handed over to the Admiral personally, and even the people have been handed over to the Admiral's guard office. Tisk, that's fast. What did you say? Lorraine took a deep breath. I mean that before the formal negotiations, I need to see the detained employees first. What if we don't allow it? Then I should leave. Lorraine smiled. As far as I know, the Royal Naval Dockyard had never issued a ban on private meetings within the base before yesterday. Similarly, the Admiralty's internal disciplinary regulations do not have relevant provisions. So did my employees illegally invade or were they detained without reason? The Continental Squadron is unwilling to talk, so my legal team will inquire with the New World Fleet Military Court. Anyway, Bermuda should agree with Kingston's answer. Armani blinked blankly. President, are you serious? Every word is carefully considered, Captain. You must understand that I'm not here to plead for leniency from the Navy, but to clear the air and clear my employee's name. An hour later, Lorraine met the detained Leonard in the guardhouse of the Navy Administration building as he had hoped. Of course, this was with Shaq's permission, and no physical contact was allowed. Captain Armani was fully monitoring the entire process. To put it bluntly, it was all about impartiality. Western jurisprudence in the 18th century was far less sophisticated than later generations. Under the dual pressures of religious and feudal power, legal development was difficult. However, many of the fundamental principles and rights of later generations had already taken shape during this period. For example, when facing a disputed conviction, the defense attorney had the right to meet with a client under restricted circumstances before conducting a defense, so as to fully and accurately understand the facts and obtain authorization. This is the current situation. Trespassing is a serious crime, ranging from treason to espionage. However, it also has lower limits. Depending on the severity of the intrusion, it could easily be considered an accident. Before arriving, Lorraine, with a guilty conscience, was unsure of Leonard's condition. His biggest concern was that Leonard had been captured in a highly confidential location like the Intelligence Department, the Archives Department, or the Admiral's office, carrying the intelligence and related documents. In this situation, Leonard was practically doomed. His fate depended on two factors, the availability of the intelligence and the location of his inaccessible location. So he consulted Orvis, and fortunately, Leonard had no intention of comparing intelligence within the base. Instead, he planned to trade personally for a more comprehensive intelligence package. This greatly improved Leonard's chances of survival. Later, at the Watergate, Lorraine discovered that Leonard's capture might have been accidental. Since Shaq had begun cracking down on military discipline at the base yesterday, Northern Ireland had clearly not strictly enforced visitor regulations. Lorraine's confidence grew stronger. When confronted by Armani, he even confidently called out unwarranted detention to pry into Leonard's situation. Armani didn't disappoint him, revealing the entire matter with a single sentence: transferred to the security department. Leonard hadn't been caught. Given Shaq's character, if it involved treason or espionage, he would have convened a military tribunal overnight, and Leonard would have been handed over to the court-martial pending trial. There was no way the security department, which was ostensibly a private army, would have been in custody. Only one question remained: what was Leonard's situation like when he was arrested? Was Shaq using such fanfare to pressure Lorraine into a meeting, or did he truly sense something and intend to exploit Lorraine's actions to gain the upper hand? Everything would become clear once he met Leonard. P.S. A raft, a removable component of an early wooden bridge used to allow boats to pass through, is still occasionally seen today, and it's no longer limited to wooden bridges. The Bermuda Islands have the smallest raft in the world, because as mentioned above, it is not used for passing ships, but for passing masts. Chapter 256: The Faces of Soldiers and Nobles. The confinement cell was dark and grimy. Originally intended as a place for the guards to enforce military discipline, it was designed without windows for daylight and essential amenities, meaning frequent cleaning and maintenance were unnecessary. From its inception, this tiny, less than 10 square meter darkroom had been privileged, never requiring any consideration for human rights. Normally, no visitor would even consider human rights here. But today, At least, it deserved serious consideration. For today's visitor had come with ill intentions, seeking provocation, with a critical mindset, devoid of awe or fear. A dirty traitor. Armani clicked the padlock open, and the heavy iron door creaked as sunlight slowly pushed open. Sunlight streamed in, wisps and flakes, stirring up the dust and illuminating a pale, unshaven man in his 50s. Dressed in a smart tuxedo, he sat sprawled on the floor. His cloudy eyes rolled back as he saw the iron door open. Lunch? Or afternoon tea? A hoarse, almost lifeless voice echoed outside, and Orvis, following Lorraine, erupted in rage. This is a crime. You tortured a gentleman without any trial. Even God would not forgive your diabolical actions. Captain Armani coughed weakly. I really don't understand what you're talking about, sir. Yesterday, security caught Mr. Leonard, the trespasser, at 11 o'clock at night. We specially prepared a midnight snack and alcohol. This morning, we prepared coffee, breakfast, and morning tea for him. Lunch should be served in half an hour. He spread his hands innocently. Look, we didn't let him miss his afternoon tea. As for any assault or injury, you can check for yourself. I guarantee that no one violated his personal safety. Really? Orvis looked puzzled. Then why, Mr. Leonard committed a serious crime, after all. I think his mental breakdown is probably God's punishment for him. Well said, Captain. As soon as Armani finished speaking, Lorraine laughed. So, as long as you feel guilty, God will visit your secret room. God is so flexible. I really don't understand why some people in this world still insist on such cumbersome laws. Lorraine's teasing gave Armani a vague sense of unease. He wasn't a cruel prison official, he was honest and upright, and he wasn't exactly brilliant. Like most people of his time, his definition of torture was limited to hunger, thirst, pain, humiliation, and intimidation. Orvis was similarly unaware of the toll that psychological and mental oppression could take. So, he was telling the truth. Neither he nor the Navy had actively tortured Leonard, but Leonard was tortured, and only the resilience of years of sailing had kept him from breaking down. Armani was just as curious about this as Orvis. Lorraine clearly knew something, perhaps a curse, perhaps a lynching. This information asymmetry made Armani nervous, and he lost his composure as he stood there. However, Lorraine didn't want to say anything. He simply glanced at him coldly and walked through the door to the detention room. Vice President Leonard, Chairman. Leonard's cloudy eyes suddenly cleared, and he tried to stand up, but because he had been sitting for too long, he could only cross his legs and straighten his waist. Vice President, did the glorious Navy torture you? This was the first question. Confinement can make people psychologically fragile, and if torture is added, an old man like Leonard who has not received special training is likely to confess. No, Chairman, since last night, except for delivering food, this iron door will not open at all. Not even a sound can be heard. It's the volcanic rock. At least I hope it's the volcanic rock, and not someone deliberately trying to make a gentleman lose his composure and calmness. Lorraine spoke to Armani in a tone of condemnation, and Armani subconsciously proved his innocence. No. Before the final conviction, we will never do evil things that will damage the reputation of a gentleman. I trust you. Lorraine stood by the door to block the glaring sunlight. Vice President, since even Captain Armani said that you have not been convicted, why did the Navy arrest you? I don't know, Chairman. Leonard tried to remain calm. Last night I went to visit Director Raymond of the quartermaster's office. While I was happily chatting in his single dormitory, a group of sailors shouting for room inspections pushed open the door, and then dragged me and a dozen other men and women into the security department, talking to themselves. More than an hour later, Captain Armani came with some guards and transferred me here. During the process, no one told me what I did wrong, just a simple chat. Without any sensitive information, no, we were talking about a laurel wreath from the Frankish period. I found it by chance in Kingston, and now even the gold is gone, Captain Armani. Private property is sacred and inviolable. This is a right given to every British person by the Magna Carta. Armani gritted his teeth. We will find out about that piece of gold. It may not be just about a piece of gold. Yesterday's unpleasantness happened in the dormitory of Quartermaster Raymond, and Quartermaster Raymond is a friend of the Vice President. He has gone to work. Yesterday's ward inspection only involved illegal intruders and officers below the rank of colonel. The quartermaster has a good reputation in the base, and the security department dare not and will not act rashly with him. I finally heard some sensible news. Lorraine waved his hand gently. Dignity, Captain, that's what I meant. My vice president is a prominent figure in Kingston society, having dined with Lord Parker more than once. I don't expect your admiral to show leniency, but at least until the trial is over, Mr. Leonard deserves a soft chair and bed, a desk and a bar, warm water and a maid, and light. No maids, this is a naval base. But I can negotiate for the rest. I'll wait, Lorraine said, looking at Armani. The meeting is over. Vice President, I have a meeting with the Admiral here. Although you've endured a lot, please bear with me for a moment, just a moment. Soon, a pretentious Lorraine, leaning on his parachute and sword, met the long-missed Shaq. He was fully confident about Leonard's case. Not many people at the Royal Naval Dockyard agreed with last night's commotion, and this disapproval was so widespread that even the guards neglected their duties and failed to detect the parachute and sword. Of course, Lorraine wasn't here to assassinate Shaq. Entering the reception room, Lorraine leaned his parasol against a coat rack and took off his top hat, hanging it up neatly. The door closed in time, leaving the two Drake brothers staring at each other from afar, the vast ocean between them. I hear you've learned arrogance, Lorraine. Students always learn faster with a good teacher, Major General. Shaq's face remained expressionless, and he showed no sign of responding to Lorraine's provocation. Lorraine decided to switch from defense to offense. Yesterday, they suddenly decided to enforce discipline, and that night they detained more than a dozen gentlemen and ladies on charges of illegal trespassing. Mr. Major General, you are as domineering as ever. The rectification is to rectify the style of the squadron. Regarding the social circle in Bermuda, I informed the governor in advance, so he bailed out most of the people last night, except for your vice president. As an outsider, even the governor was unwilling to risk his reputation. That's because a certain admiral inappropriately made my vice president special, Lorraine retorted bluntly. To make a long story short, the Drake Chamber of Commerce hopes that your fleet will provide sufficient evidence. Otherwise, my legal team in Kingston will not rule out the right to appeal to Sir Parker. Peter Parker's authority does not extend to Bermuda. Judging from the tradition of mutual respect, he will not easily point fingers at his nominal deputy. Shaq stood leisurely by the window. If you want to make progress in the aristocratic circle, you should understand these conventions earlier. Really? How about Plymouth? It might take a little longer, but I have a team of lawyers there and I can lead a leisurely life. The Admiralty, Shaq thought for a moment. It would indeed cause me some minor trouble, but the decision-making power would still be in my hands. What do you think? Do you have a third team of lawyers in London? Lorraine suddenly felt that assassination might not be such a bad idea. He tilted his head, controlling the details of his facial features. If my important vice president is not freed today, London will soon have a third team of lawyers from the Drake Chamber of Commerce. That is to say, not today. Shaq's voice was still calm, but the domineering tone could no longer be concealed. Drake is a nobleman, my foolish brother, a true nobleman. You must understand this kind of authority, because no matter how successful you are in a menial job like a businessman, a menial job is still a menial job. In the face of true authority, the pound will not turn into a portrait cast on a gold coin, nor will it bring you more power. You have been a little too self-righteous these days. People are under the eaves. Lorraine clenched his fists. Thank you for your teachings, Lord Tavistock. May I take my men and leave? Shaq shook his head lazily. What kind of self-esteem is that? Just like that glittering, meaningless title, the hero of Lee Francois. He turned his head and parted the curtains. Go, teach your men well. From today on, please let soldiers behave like soldiers again. Yes, sir. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Returning Home with Youth as Your Companion. Unhappy. Very unhappy. Extremely unhappy. Ever since the founding of the caravan in Elgin, whether rich or poor, smooth or turbulent, Lorraine hadn't felt the pain of being lectured. Condescending, overbearing. After experiencing the intrigues of New Orleans and the dazzling Halloween operation, and finally the official start of smuggling, battling with the resounding American founding fathers of later generations, Lorraine almost thought he had reached the highest point of this world. But Shaq's words mercilessly brought him back to reality. It was still too early. In an era where the First World War was still a distant prospect, the nobility, or as Shaq called it, The true nobility ruled the world. Compared to them, Nelson was just a capable minister's son, Collingwood a humble lackey, Leshat a scion of a fallen noble family, and Galvez, just a nouveau riche who rose to prominence through nepotism. The so-called founding fathers of America, those who laid the foundation for future powers, the apostles who were considered either angels or demons, remain a group of wealthy, restless, and non-mainstream country bumpkins. With the exception of Benjamin Franklin, none of them truly reached the level of power. And Lorraine, mingling in these circles, is at most a young businessman on the rise, representing nothing more, and cannot represent anything more. In the face of true authority, the British pound does not become a figure on a gold coin, nor does it bring more power. So self-important, huh? Tisk. July 8, morning, Harrington Bay Private Dock. Back in their military uniforms, Lorraine and Henna stood beside the azure droplet to receive a solitary farewell from Orvis. The atmosphere was slightly subdued. Lorraine feigned a casual laugh. Cheer up. The matter has finally been resolved, and old Leonard wasn't hurt. Let him recuperate in Bermuda for a while. As for the intelligence, we'll intensify the verification, keep it secret and strive for accuracy. Yes, farewells between sailors were always straightforward. By the time the sun rose, the aquamarine drop had completed all preparations for sailing. So, Henna and I will be returning first. The New Orleans matter is related to the future development of the Chamber of Commerce. Even at the risk of some risk, we can't let it fail. Everyone, please, Captain. 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 Before the final farewell speech was finished, a carriage came rushing from the end of the road. Old Leonard, still frail, rolled and crawled off the carriage, carrying a small suitcase and running to Lorraine. Captain, a small gift from Director Raymond. He thrust the suitcase into Lorraine's hands. Yesterday, you caused a scene at the Royal Naval Dockyard. Captain Amani remained silent in your presence, and even Admiral Drake was polite to you. Director Raymond saw your strength and collected these gifts overnight, delivering them to me half an hour ago. Lorraine raised an eyebrow in surprise. Have you verified them? We only had time to verify the items. You and Ms. Yesra will verify the details aboard ship. 2 days later, in New Orleans, the Jackdaw was fully prepared for sailing. Bell, Emmons, and the 4 guards were secretly transported to the empty dock warehouse. Everything was ready, except for Lorraine's return in the morning to announce the final review results. The sailors gathered. Lorraine spread out 2 thick stacks of intelligence papers in front of him. Although the process was somewhat tortuous, fortunately, we achieved all our goals in Bermuda. He nudged Bell's intelligence papers forward with his finger. This is the intelligence collected by Bell. It includes the rotation and patrol schedules of the first formation of the Continental Fleet for July, August and September, the scope of responsibility, and basic information about the commanders of formations at all levels and the patrol commander of that month. Very important information. Lorraine took a breath. If everything is true, the coastal defense line of the Continental Fleet will no longer have any secrets in front of us. Combined with our familiarity with Shack's tactics and the speed of the Jackdaw, smuggling will become unimpeded. He released the second piece of intelligence. This is the second piece of intelligence I bought from Bermuda. It came from the quartermaster of the squadron's base. How should I put it? As an operational guide, this intelligence is unqualified. The content summary is a mess. Even if it leaks out, those who need it will only be confused, but we still have Bell's intelligence as evidence. The quartermaster's intelligence is perfect. Now the specific comparison and verification have been completed. The people who compared it include me, Henna, Catalina, Kren, Carmen and Yatrin. The conclusion is unanimous. Bell is not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on overcoming a crisis of trust. The flat tone, the repeated breathing of representatives of relaxation, the sparse applause of the crowd. Yatrin suddenly asked, Captain, we have detained Emmons for so many days, so the future intelligence. Up. More than half an hour later, Lorraine opened a door of the warehouse with his own hands. Bell was sitting lazily on the bed inside, leaning lazily on the bed, with a relaxed look on his face. Hey, Captain, am I cleared of suspicion? Lorraine leaned against the doorframe and shook the keychain in his hand. You have contacted important officers of the Continental Fleet privately, so it is basically impossible to clear your suspicion. But, it has been confirmed that you have no intention of harming the team, so the suspicion itself is no longer important. A standard Lorraine trial? Bell whistled and came closer. Hey, Lorraine, My personal relationship won't affect the dividends, right? Lorraine laughed and cried. No. Will there be corresponding compensation for the unfair treatment during this period? No, no, no. What a pity. Belle stretched lazily. For the sake of money, I decided to forgive your distrust. But since my relationship has been exposed, you have to bear the intelligence fee of £300 every 3 months in the future. The corners of Lorraine's mouth twitched. Isn't it £200? I was locked up for a few days, and Emmons was locked up for a few days. But he is a money grubber, and the best way to heal his psychological trauma is to increase the money. This is the price of caution. You have to bear it, okay? The so-called happy ending, probably. After releasing Emmons and paying the intelligence fee, Belle and Lorraine returned to the Jackdaw together, as if nothing had happened. The adult world is always good at clearing up some embarrassing pasts, focusing on the important things and letting go of the details. The more closed the environment, the more this is true. This stems from people's subconscious protection of their own social circles. In short, the Jackdaw is about to set sail. The captain on duty this time is Cran. Belle is still responsible for navigation, Catalina is in charge of the front deck as the first mate, Henna is at the helm, and Wang Yi is in charge of the sails. Lorraine is responsible for assessing Cran, which is to say, he has nothing to do. Before the ship circled Florida, the navigator also had nothing to do. The two idle childhood friends gathered on the busy aft deck, leaning on the railing, holding their wine glasses. Belle, I finally understand why you are so obsessed with the family title. Understand? Belle looked at Lorraine in surprise. I thought that this lucky boy who enjoyed all the glory of the family and had no pressure of inheritance would never understand it in his lifetime. I understand. Lorraine drank the wine listlessly, threw the glass into the sea, and watched the splashes of water appear and disappear. Title is class. Class is something that you will never discover in your lifetime unless it steps on your head. Then what do you plan to do? Belle tilted his head. Return to the army in the name of conscription? And then publicly change your faith? He counted on his fingers. With your current financial resources and reputation, you can take any ship to be conscripted, and you will be at least a major. If you bring the Andes back, it won't be too difficult to become a colonel. A 19-year-old colonel is rare in the Royal Navy. At least Sir Leighton must be very happy. Changing faith is not difficult. I know the Cardinal of Westminster has always wanted to preside over your baptism. If you worship him as your godfather, Shack Drake will not refuse you to return to the family. Even the identity of an illegitimate child can be easily erased. Anyway, that is the common practice in the aristocratic circle, and no one will say anything. Once you have the legitimate status of a bastard, a high-level military position and a distinguished godfather, you can earn your own title. After all, it is a time of war, and the genius of the Drake family. Did you misunderstand something? Lorraine interrupted Belle's monologue with a strange look on his face. I yearned for the title for a higher freedom. Am I crazy to give up freedom for freedom? Belle blinked. I want freedom, title, and money. What are you going to do? Well, I haven't thought about it yet. You haven't thought about it yet. I plan to think about it slowly. Think about it slowly. I'm only 19. Lorraine laughed. Life is long. The future is long. Sing and drink in the daytime, and return home with youth as your companion. Why are you in such a hurry? Equals. Hey. Don't insert any spells in the middle. I don't understand. Chapter 258. Welcome home. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in a flash. The Jackdaw's 7th appearance in Baltimore Harbor. Though it hadn't yet officially docked in its almost exclusive hold-on warehouse number 3, it undoubtedly marked the end of Lorraine's first contract cycle for smuggling, spanning 2 contract ships and 1 additional ship. The contract, which ran from July to September, encompassed 3 full months. Lorraine delivered to the Continental Army 6,300 Charleville rifles, 3,400 dragoon pistols, and 24 new light artillery pieces, enough to equip 2 elite grenadier regiments and 3 standard line regiments. The Americans paid £782,400 British pounds for the deal, £186,480 British pounds of which went to the Drake Chamber of Commerce. After deducting expenses, Lorraine's personal income was £108,000 British pounds, pushing his cash flow past £110,000 British pounds, approaching £120,000 British pounds. This was the peak of Lorraine's cash reserves during his business career. He controlled funds, including his own £120,000 British pounds, Pierce's £20,000 British pounds, and Henna's £6,000 British pounds, totaling approximately 150,000 British pounds, equivalent to more than a ton of gold. The sailors also profited handsomely. Like henna, they each received 1/9 of the chamber's 30% profit, totaling 6,000 British pounds. Their average monthly income was 2,000 British pounds, far exceeding the Caribbean branch's earnings before the launch of ocean voyages. Compared to the efforts of an entire large-scale chamber of commerce, the sheer volume of smuggling profits was truly astonishing. The sailors aboard the Jackdaw were, of course, also partakers of the profits. Lorraine had promised them the highest salaries for the most dangerous work. While he didn't offer them special treatment in his contracts, his deep pockets meant he never delayed the promised bonuses. Each contract was for 6 months, with a yearly salary. For a crew of 200, the total was just over 5,000 British pounds. This sum was certainly a drop in the bucket compared to Lorraine and the crew, but for these ordinary sailors, it was enough to fill everyone's pockets. The thickness of one's purse has always been proportional to one's endurance. As Lorraine's promises came true one after another, the sailors, overcome with excitement and courage, unconsciously forgot their accumulated physical fatigue. Initially, the unscrupulous capitalists were concerned about the crew's health, but over time, with a mountain of gold at their fingertips, even Lorraine became more energetic, completely immersed in the joy of the harvest. It wasn't until the 5th smuggling voyage, when 2 sailors fainted and fell overboard, that Lorraine suddenly realized that the Jackdaw had unknowingly reached a critical juncture. Fear filled Lorraine's mind. From then on, he abandoned the principle of purely financial incentives and imposed rest and rotation in addition to rest periods. 1/5 of the crew rested ashore each shift, and the ship's operational positions were rotated in 3 shifts. The loss of companions and the turnover of personnel made the Jackdaw unwieldy for a while. During the 6th smuggling run, with Kren in command, the Jackdaw made 2 consecutive missteps while evading the enemy, nearly triggering its coordinated defense mechanism. Fortunately, Lorraine possessed perhaps the most sophisticated tactics against Shark, supplemented by Emmons's dedicated intelligence. Furthermore, since Shark entered his rest period, the Continental Squadron's operations had become sluggish, and its coordinated defense capabilities had plummeted. The smuggling routes in Chesapeake Bay were far more active in August and September than in July. The clumsy Jackdaw, navigating these challenges, managed to force its way into the bay's mouth through sheer speed and experience, successfully weathering the new system without a single blow. By the 7th smuggling run, the Jackdaw's movements had become much smoother, ultimately navigating the bay's mouth and entering Baltimore's bustling docks without incident. Watching the ships coming and going, a stark contrast to July, Lorraine sighed. Back in April, Galvez said the return rate for this route was less than 20%. I thought he was exaggerating. Now that I think about it, April, July, and October were when Shark was in charge. Galvez probably exaggerated at 20% return rate. Catalina and Kren nodded in agreement. Catalina said, but it was also thanks to that special period. Otherwise, with the current success rate of smuggling, the Count wouldn't have been so easy to give us exclusive operation. Blessings and misfortunes go hand in hand, that's the truth. Lorraine didn't expect his 2 acting captains to understand Chinese. He muttered to himself and handed them the new information. Before setting sail, Bell secured a Bermuda patrol for October to December. Next month, Shark's blockade ship is here. I plan to suspend my shift and only maintain rotation duties, he sighed. The Jackdaw's sailors are far inferior to the Golden Hinds. Some can't even tie a basic knot. Their only strengths are bravery and a resistance to seasickness, though after more than 20 days of rotations, they've become somewhat competent in avoiding the circle. But once Shark takes command of the blockade formation, anyway, you must consider the order of rotation when scheduling. Remember, the Jackdaw's best strategy is to avoid combat whenever possible, not to wait for opportunities and seek victory. The 2 nodded solemnly. Not long after, American escort ships approached from both sides. Sailors and crews stood by the side, greeting each other familiarly, drawing the attention of passing merchant ships. In Baltimore, warship escorts have become a hallmark of the Jackdaw. Even with a recent resurgence of smuggling and the increased traffic in the harbor, the Jackdaw still holds a special distinction, appearing less like a smuggler and more like a hero adored by Americans. And yet, the Jackdaw certainly looks like a hero. In 3 months, it has made 7 port calls, consistently and efficiently. Whether God favors the Americans or not, the Jackdaw always arrives on time. It monopolized the arms trade in Baltimore. Although it was the most dangerous and violent smuggling, the ship, which looked unrefined, never had any scars. Its sailors, though crude, were all positive and motivated, and they did not have the dejection of other ships who did not know what would happen tomorrow. It is no secret that the Jackdaw illuminated Baltimore's belief in victory. In an era when the entire 13 continents were in confusion and could not find the direction of victory, only the people of Baltimore firmly believed that they would win and that the Americans would dominate their own future. The Jackdaw deserved such an honor. The three ships ran parallel, their waterlines intertwined, and their swaggering movements extended from the harbor to the port area. Lorraine saw the flag signal "Welcome home" on the American warship. And then the sailor at the bow shouted, "Pilot docking complete, channel clear. Flags, old rules, hold 3, 10 degrees left, sails reefed, range 150, upright, Watergate confirmed, Watergate open. Berth confirmed, berth good, cables, anchors ready. Emergency boom ready, 1 minute to enter hold, pilot signal, tonight's dinner is beef stew with potatoes, plenty of wine. Welcome home, brother." Bow cuts through the eaves, Jackdaw enters hold, enter port, PS wow, dirty pirate deadly points, is here again. Question, for each contract round, the value of gold coins delivered at settlement exceeds £300,000, converted into octagonal gold coins at a 1:4 ratio, totaling over 1.2 million pieces. With such a large amount of smuggled goods, where would Lorraine keep them? Options: A. In the cracks of the bed, B. Under the soles of his shoes, C. Sewn into his collar. The answer is B. At the time, banking in the New World was underdeveloped, making withdrawing money across borders difficult. While widely practiced, businesses like smuggling and robbery were more difficult to access than other commercial activities. They often kept their money underfoot. This involved lifting the lower deck, removing the ballast, pouring in coins, sealing the deck, and then pretending nothing had happened, much like the heroic manner in which today's unwavering men hide their private funds. Chapter 259 John Adams. Pushed by the waves, the bow of the Jackdaw gently bumped against the sandbags tied to the dock facade, the sound of collision muffled and faint, like the sound of a starting gun. As the gun sounded, 2 thick cables were immediately cast from the towering bow. The dock workers waiting below shouted as they hauled up the cables, tied knots, and hooked them onto the wooden stakes. Simultaneously, 2 anchor chains sank into the water with a crash, soon touching the muddy bottom. The anchor fell, its hook piercing deep into the mudflat. The smooth planks connected the freeboard to the plank road. Lorraine slowly disembarked and flicked an octagonal gold coin towards the pilot from a distance. "I like your flag signal, sir." The pilot smiled, pocketed the gold coin, and greeted Lorraine with the flag under his arm. "Mr. Kenway, that's the signal," the pilots agreed on. "We believe there's no need for formalities with our families, they only hurt ties, a wise decision. My crew appreciates it. Please give your crew my thanks." Lorraine returned the salute. "By the way, we have a supply of much-needed French wine on board. Since you're planning a banquet, please let me provide the drinks." "That's fantastic news," the pilot exclaimed. "Mr. Kenway, Captain Hamilton is waiting for you in the management office, I see." "Goodbye, sir, goodbye." Dodging the workers gathering on the plank road, Lorraine arrived alone at the management office in a corner of the water tank. When he opened the door, Hamilton was pouring a drink. "As usual, whiskey on the rocks?" he asked. "Of course, your drink isn't easy to come by." Lorraine pulled his chair out of the way and comfortably settled himself at the table. 7 compartments of ammunition and 4 compartments of uniforms. "This trip is free. Please accept." Hamilton deftly pushed the glass toward Lorraine. Even though the value of the goods is limited, the conclusion of each contract round is the most profound demonstration of Mr. Kenway's sincerity and goodwill towards America. "You risked your life to bring us hope, and everyone in the Continental Congress will remember that. It feels good not to have to haggle over every penny." Lorraine laughed. "Colonel, will the next round of contracts continue?" "About this, what?" "A problem, not what you think." Hamilton waved his hand apologetically. "I don't have the authorization to speak specifically with you, Kenway. Mr. Adams wishes to see you." John Adams, a rising star in American politics, an independence leader deeply hated by Britain, a brilliant diplomat active in both British and French territory, a leader of Federalist groups, a member of the Continental Congress, a member of the drafting committee of the Declaration of Independence, Baltimore's military procurement chief, and a close friend of George Washington. Lorraine had been preparing for a meeting since the first smuggling trip, but the only people Lorraine interacted with were Hamilton and a short, portly civil servant. The invitation came unexpectedly. Of course, Lorraine wouldn't refuse a face-to-face meeting with such a prominent figure, but the timing, the circumstances, and Hamilton's hesitant question all made him wary. He was concerned, yet at the same time, he was unaware of the situation, completely unsure of where things would lead. However, running away was definitely the worst idea. After changing clothes, getting ready, and hiring a carriage, Lorraine and Carmen, now dressed in their finest attire, accompanied by Hamilton, left the house and drove around until they stopped at the door of a modest villa on the outskirts of the city. The simple villa, with its red roof and white walls, occupies a nearly rectangular plot, devoid of fancy outbuildings or gardens. Only the immaculate barn and stables nearby complemented it, perfectly embodying John Adams's simple political persona. Standing before the door were two middle-aged men, a man and a woman, of similar height. The man was a short, stout official whom Lorraine had met many times, while the woman, dressed in a dark purple dress with a sash and a white hat, exuded a dignified and elegant demeanor. Carmen smiled pleasantly. The dress she'd chosen for today was off-white. While it wasn't clear whether the person waiting outside the car was the host or the guest, at least Carmen's attire was appropriate. The car door opened, and Lorraine jumped out first, extending her hand to help Carmen down. The two of them, arm in arm, stood before the two greeters. Colonel Hamilton approached and positioned himself between them. "Kenway, this is Mrs. Adams. Mom, he's America's most steadfast friend, Edward Kenway." Abigail Smith Adams smiled as she extended her hand. Lorraine bent down, hooked her fingertips around hers, and leaning in, she placed a gentle kiss on the plain ring on her finger, just a finger's length away. "I've heard of you, Mom. Paying attention to women's rights is a topic that every gentleman needs to cherish. There are many outstanding female sailors on my ship, and each of them holds the life and death of the entire ship in their hands. Letting delicate women bear the sea breeze is not what I pursue, Mr. Kenway," Abigail retorted with a smile. "I always feel that women need to assume social responsibilities like men, but there is no need to force themselves to work hard with the men. That's the problem. Men's social status requires reciprocity. Without being exposed to this, women's speeches cannot escape the gender nest, let alone win widespread recognition." Abigail frowned. "The so-called broad recognition is originally in the hands of men. As tolerant as you are, can you imagine the life in the kitchen and the tediousness of raising children? I'm still unmarried and have no children. You can't expect me to have a say in the topic of the next generation. But when it comes to the kitchen, the world's most delicious Chinese and French kitchens are all men's worlds. My ship's chef is also a man, and even the second and third orders are men, arrogant. Successful men seem to be like this," Abigail said dissatisfiedly. Lorraine laughed heartily. "That's not arrogance, it's dedication and the confidence that comes with it, Mom." The brief exchange ended there. Hamilton rolled his eyes and pointed to Carmen. "John, this is Miss Carmen. Your old friends. She's a brilliant debater, just as good as you are, Mom. Miss Carmen, this is Congressman John Adams, the head of Baltimore's military procurement." Lorraine and Carmen frowned simultaneously. But after a moment, Carmen cracked a smile and reached out to Adams. "Mr. Congressman, you're quite the secretive person." Adams gently squeezed Carmen's hand, gave a gentleman's salute, and turned to Lorraine. "Kenway, America is a new country. It is far from rich in manpower to the point where everyone can do their job. Is this an explanation, Mr. Congressman?" Who concealed his identity. "It is an explanation." Adams did not avoid it. "My main battlefield is in Europe. Baltimore was originally taken care of as a side job. I plan to hand over full power to Alexander next year." "Who knew you would show up?" He glanced at Colonel Hamilton. "Considering that you are in charge of most of the munitions needed by the Continental Army, you will become our most important friend once a stable channel is formed. I think it is necessary to let the person in charge of future military procurement get familiar with you first. This is good for both you and America. Once a stable channel is formed." Lorraine smiled. "It seems that you didn't have much trust in me before." "Not now, to be honest," Adams sighed. "I am a realist. While I am grateful to God for blessing America, I am also ready for you to leave and never come back, because God will never interfere with the laws of human development." "Right," Adams raised his eyebrows in surprise. It seems that you know much more about me than I know about you. Are you surprised? The men were chatting away when a sudden exclamation from the woman in the nearby chat circle came from Abigail. Oh my goodness, John. It's a theological treatise written by Isaac himself. Look what Miss Carmen has brought us, the all-knowing merchant, Adams mumbled, chewing on the awkward Latin. Lorraine instinctively wanted to join in, but the words were on the tip of her tongue when she realized it. Oops. The conversation was going to fizzle out. At the critical moment, Carmen's sudden, sweet laugh saved the situation. Madam, isn't it a sign of patriarchy to make a lady stand outside the room all the time? I've never stood so long before, and my legs are sore. The whole room laughed. Adams patted Lorraine's arm and stepped aside to make way for the hallway behind him. Come inside, Kenway. If you keep talking like this, Mrs. Baltimore will be pouring tea in the kitchen. P.S. God does not interfere with the laws of human development is a core tenet of Monophysitism. P.S. 2. Let's revisit this old story. Kissing the hand isn't appropriate for unmarried, young women. While it's not unacceptable, most gentlemen avoid it with a proper handshake. P.S. 3. Isaac Newton, as great as he was a representative of Monophysitism. Chapter 260 Girls' Private Talk. The spacious yet cramped guest room was crammed with furniture. Opposite the fireplace stood a sofa, and against the wall ran a series of bookshelves, each overflowing with books, mostly on history, literature, and culinary arts, in a wide variety of languages. Except for Chinese, there was literally everything. Amongst a pile of Spanish chivalric novels, Lorraine even spotted a crudely printed copy of The Tale of Genji, a testament to Adams's vast erudition. Mr. Congressman, your collection truly opens my eyes, Lorraine exclaimed. Adams smirked. Few people pay attention to my books, but they're all valuable reading material. Only treasures like Mr. Newton's papers are worthy of being among my treasured collections. The reading material astonishes me more than the collections. Lorraine waved her fingers up and down. English, French, English, French. The third is a German book, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's Faust. Oh, German, no wonder I saw some strange writing. Adam smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Alon's first German dictionary is still being compiled. German still has a long way to go before it becomes a world language, so there's no shame in being unfamiliar with it, Lorraine shrugged. In fact, your erudition is the source of my self-deprecation, not German. Businessmen always praise others, and you're the best at it. A very good opening. Colonel Hamilton, sandwiched between the two, listened silently. He was also one of the world's top talents, especially in the field of economics. However, due to his youth, he still lacked Adams's aura and smoothness. Fortunately, he never shied away from his desire to learn. Talking with Adams was a learning experience, as was watching him entertain guests. Adams was a gifted speaker, and it was rare for him to find a rival of equal caliber, let alone one as young and largely uneducated as Lorraine. So he watched and listened to Adams, but in reality, Lorraine impressed him more deeply and intensely. Carmen and Abigail served tea and refreshments, officially beginning the afternoon tea party. The conversation quickly became a matter of business. Mr. Congressman, I heard the Colonel say you have something to discuss with me. It seems, it involves our contract. Adams nodded, pulled a document from under the coffee table, and handed it to Lorraine. Read it first. You'll have questions afterward, and I'll answer them. Lorraine opened it with a puzzled look. It was another new arms smuggling contract, with delivery in Boston, for 2,200 Charlevilles. This number clearly estimated the Jackdaw's transport capacity. 2,200 Charlevilles could fill Lorraine's cargo hold. The problem was, the price of this contract remained unchanged from the new one. The total bill of goods was reduced, and the journey was twice as far as Baltimore. Conversely, the only benefit was payment up front, delivery later. Such a paltry guarantee clearly couldn't offset Lorraine's losses. Given this, why did the Americans believe Lorraine would accept it? Lorraine was filled with questions. Adams hid his expression by raising his glass. As you can see, this is a request from America. Request. Lorraine put down the paper in his hand. Is this a new template for the series of contracts? No. Boston is an independent contract, just like our annexes. It does not conflict with Baltimore's series of contracts, nor will it replace them. Same as the annexes. Lorraine frowned. The annexes take 11 days to go from New Orleans to Baltimore, and the previous order was worth £156,000. This one, from New Orleans to Boston, it takes more than 30 days to go back and forth, and the value of the goods is £220,000. To be honest, I don't understand why I should accept it. That's why I said this is a request from America. Reason? Adams hesitated for a moment and shook his head. I can't say it before you sign the contract. Then there's no way? Lorraine pushed the contract away and stood up, smiling apologetically. Sorry, I don't have enough reason to take the initiative to reduce my own profits. If I refuse this request, what about the next order? Everything is as usual. Adams sighed. As much as I'd like to use our deal to pressure you, the Continental Army needs your munitions, and I'm not in a position to use them. In that case, see you in October. A special contract to Boston. Could it be that something big is about to happen in Boston? As night fell, the Jackdaw, laden with corn from the New World, set sail for home. Lorraine pondered Adams's strange request all the way. Clearly, the Americans in Boston had an urgent need for munitions. But the French restricted the Continental Army's access to munitions. With over 2,000 muskets, they had no choice but to seek help from Lorraine. This was nothing short of a fantasy. The Continental Army's naval and land bases lay on both sides of the Chesapeake Bay, in Virginia and Maryland, giving them a significant advantage on both land and sea. Furthermore, north and south, the American and British fronts were a jagged, disconnected jigsaw, making land transportation difficult, and by sea, that sampan fleet might not even be able to break through the bay. This might be a great opportunity to do favors for the Americans. The monetary losses over the life of a contract are actually limited. On the other hand, Lorraine might even establish genuine friendships with founding fathers like Washington and Adams, which would be of immeasurable benefit to the future development of the Drake Chamber of Commerce. As for Galvez, Lorraine could easily use customer demand as an excuse. After all, the French have always restricted Americans from buying more, not less or not at all. The only thing that gave Lorraine pause was that he wasn't allowed to know the details before the contract was signed. What was the current situation in Boston? Was it already a chaotic battle? Was the coast blocked by the Continental Squadron's 2nd Division? Would the Jackdaw crash into the eye of the hurricane? Everything was a mystery. Risks, benefits, costs, so many factors. Lorraine couldn't make a reliable feasibility assessment. Based on the current situation, the best conclusion was that it wasn't feasible. I always feel like I'm missing something, he muttered irritably. Hannah came over curiously, teasing Jenny and McCarthy, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. What did you miss? Just some uncertain returns and risks. Lorraine held out her arms helplessly, letting Jenny flutter over. Are these two birds still on the boat? Carmen has been keeping them. They have no worries about food and drink here, so where do you think they went? Maybe they were eaten by the white-eared birds. The white-eared birds can't even catch mice. Maybe they made a home on the coast of the New World. That's what happened recently. Hannah raised her finger and pointed, and McCarthy screamed and reunited with her husband. In April and May, they flew to the coastal cliffs of New Orleans to give birth to their children. Carmen thought they were gone and was sad for a while. But when the chicks grew up, they flew back on their own. Just before they set off last time, Lorraine thought she heard the scriptures, "Don't you want the children anymore? The king also knows where they build their nests." It seems that the children have learned to find food. They are back. The petrel is also a swallow. It is probably returning to its nest. Anyway, Carmen is very happy. What a competent parent. Lorraine tapped Jenny's little head. It seems that you girls talk about a lot of private things, like the things about this little couple. I know nothing about them. The captain is not Allah. He can't be omniscient and omnipotent. Hannah had a serious expression on her face. By the way, there is something I need your opinion on. Is it also a private matter between girls? Yes and no. Hannah thought for a while. Katrina wants me to get rid of Bart. Degree Greek letter Delta degree? He has recently been working with Chris Emmons, and the two of them are reselling Bermuda's military intelligence in New Orleans. Catalina is worried that Emmons will be exposed, so she wants me to kill Bart and cut off his channels for reselling intelligence. Lorraine opened her mouth exaggeratedly. This kind of thing is beyond the scope of private topics anyway, right? Why didn't Catalina discuss it with me? Bart has ruined your business before. Catalina is worried that you will throw their whole family into Lucy's plantation. You know, Bart's daughter is Catalina's goddaughter, and Catalina likes her very much, so she asked you to kill her goddaughter's father. She likes the goddaughter, And Bart's life or death has nothing to do with her, really. Lorraine flicked Jenny's head again, a little harder this time. The puffin screamed and flew away from Lorraine's shoulders in panic. Go tell her that I allowed what happened to Bart. Hannah tilted her head with a puzzled look on her face. It's nothing strange, Lorraine explained. Emmons has always had a bad habit of reselling intelligence, and it's impossible for him to sell Bell exclusively this time. He found Bart, and Bart found me. Considering that the intelligence was too detailed, Shaq might die miserably if the French got hold of it, which would undermine the current North American war situation. I asked Bart to split the intelligence into about 3 pieces, and then mixed in a lot of seemingly plausible false intelligence and sell it at a high price. In this way, even if the French buy all the intelligence, they won't be able to judge the authenticity of each link. If smugglers get it, those who get lucky and break through will exaggerate the authenticity and reliability of the intelligence and raise the price further. This cycle repeats itself, and Emmons can't do without Bart, and the possibility of losing control is smaller. Hina blinked. Will Shaq's death undermine the current North American war situation? The Americans will win too easily. Lorraine looked away guiltily. The war is over, and our cash cow will fall. I see. So I don't need to kill Bart, just let a small group know, and only let Catalina know. No need to let Beljudia know too. No need. Lorraine rubbed his brow. I've always hated to consider the possibility that Lorraine hadn't finished his words when, without warning, a series of deafening cannon fire rang out. A cloud of spray erupted around the jackdaw, and a hazy fog obscured vision, making it impossible to discern the path ahead. This was the Chesapeake Bay, the waters of the Americans and the French. They were returning, at the end of the unimpeded valve economy. The jackdaw was unprepared for the attack, and the ship rocked violently, sending sailors flying. Pierce's voice echoed through the night sky. Enemy attack. Galen at 9, Brigantine at 11, another Brigantine at 3. Close range 330, shelling, port side hit, evasive, boom, 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 boom. P.S. The development of German was actually quite lagging behind that of England and France. In the early days, a peculiar Franco-Latin was popular among the Franconian nobility, which later evolved into French. At that time, German was only a dialect spoken in the countryside and among the common people, with significant regional variations. For the Reformation, Martin Luther translated the Bible into a dialect of German, playing a significant role in unifying the German language. The dialect of German used in Luther's Bible became widely popular and became the basis for Standard German. Johann Christoph Adlon published the first German dictionary in 1781, but it wasn't until the late 19th century that Standard German achieved universal recognition. Chapter 261 The night is bright yellow. When discussing the guiding principles of naval warfare, the line of battle is a crucial term that must be mentioned. Once upon a time, sailing was just becoming popular. With the expansion of tonnage and the development of the iron casting industry, increasingly large cannons with longer ranges for the first time changed the stereotype that naval warfare was essentially boarding. However, the limited accuracy of artillery at the time, the extremely low hit rate and inconsistent performance made the Navy suffer. For a time, it was forced to re-establish the banner of valor, abandoning artillery in favor of the sword. It wasn't until the Battle of Gravelines in 1588 that Francis Drake, using the pirates' signature raid, broke the Spanish Armada's front. Charles Howard, with limited artillery fire and the pioneering line bombardment, dealt a fatal blow to the Spanish, sounding the elegy for the Spanish maritime empire. England's path to naval supremacy began at this moment, and the line bombardment tactic pioneered by Charles Howard and Francis Drake became the guiding light for this decisive step. The line of battle has since become a guiding principle for nations around the world, with even the most powerful warships earning the name ship of the line. However, the instruments of war always evolve with changing tactics. Following the advent of the line of battle, navies worldwide increasingly sought stronger ships and more powerful artillery. The penetrating power of artillery could not keep up with the weight of the ship's hull, making it increasingly difficult to sink a capital warship within the line of battle. Internal data from the British Admiralty indicates that 80% of medium-sized naval engagements involving over 300 guns ended in a draw, with neither side sinking or destroying their vessels. The battles were fought in a lively atmosphere, followed by a peaceful and harmonious dissolution. This was definitely not the world a soldier desired. Consequently, starting in the mid-18th century, a discussion of retro tactics gained momentum within the Royal Navy. Approaching They were extremely devoted to high-speed close-range engagements, advocating for close combat and naval battles, emulating pirates in achieving quick victories through single-ship duels or small-scale battles. This discussion primarily focused on young, active minds unencumbered by tradition, whose first achievement was the introduction of dangerous mortars onto warships. Broadside penetration tactics leveraged the close-range penetrating power of heavy artillery and the high-beam advantage of large warships, enabling mobile bombardments at ranges of 50 to 150 meters, significantly increasing their accuracy. Staggered flanking tactics leveraged the advantages of broadside firepower and protection through stationary fire at short to medium ranges within 300 meters, rapidly clearing enemy decks or targeting masts to destroy their maneuverability. Frontal assault tactics challenged the enemy's most powerful broadside with a bow, using highly destructive mortars to establish an advantage through rapid, continuous evasion. These three detailed tactics significantly enriched the graphical reasoning behind battle changes. As the initial adherents of close-range engagement gradually became the backbone of the Navy, the new tactics gained considerable experience and practice. However, due to their ideological clashes with those of their older commanders, these decisive, resolute, courageous, and radical officers themselves were not recognized for what they were doing. They disobeyed orders and frequently broke up the battle line, resulting in heavy casualties regardless of victory or defeat. Various negative aspects were exaggerated, and close-in tactics were considered heretical. Shaq was a representative example of this, and a truly fortunate and successful one. His circular formation defense was a practical deduction of close-in thinking and one of the few large-scale close-in tactics of that generation to enter the practical stage. Close-in thinking was thus defeated, and the debate shifted from the Admiralty to the Naval Academy, where it emerged two outliers, the experiential Nelson and the academic Lorraine. Nelson was the orthodox heir of naval close-in thinking. In a handful of on-campus simulations, he invented and perfected the supposedly unorthodox diagonal interpenetration tactic. This strategy completely abandoned the advantages of the traditional line of battle, instead launching his campaign from the traditionally disadvantaged position of a T-shaped line. He used daring advances to create localized chaotic battles, finding and seizing temporary T-heads within the gaps in the enemy's battle line. Sink us, or be sunk by us. This was the essence of Nelson's tactics. In contrast, Lorraine's thinking was even more skewed. Influenced by the egocentric tendencies of later generations, he abhorred collective victory, unwilling to disregard his own safety nor to consider sacrifice as glory. Therefore, he resisted handing the weight of victory or defeat to others. His simulations rarely considered direct confrontations between large groups. In any situation, he actively sought to divide and fragment the battlefield, hoping to use the victory or defeat of core groups to tip the balance of power. In short, it was sink me, or be sunk by me. Lorraine and Nelson, the we or the individual or the collective, clashed in this interplay of ideologies. To create proactive, decisive opportunities where a smaller force could defeat a larger one, Lorraine's tactics were imbued with a strong sense of unplanning and lack of reference. Inspiration and emotion often outweighed rationality and planning. Examples include the use of triangulation to conduct surprise attacks beyond the visible range during the Cantabrian campaign, and Lee Francois's exchange of decoys, among others, all exemplifying this trait. Lorraine particularly favored the night. In the darkness, with its 2 to 3 kilometer observation range, especially amidst the complex terrain and the jagged coastline at its fingertips, Lorraine's strengths flourished under these extreme conditions. The night was Lorraine's home turf. However, today, in Chesapeake Bay, at the complex mouth of the Choptank River, Lorraine's home turf, the Jackdaw was ambushed. The enemy exploited the darkness, the terrain, and the complacency and laxity of the Jackdaw's crew in their safe position. They brazenly anchored the ship on their return route and launched a pinpoint strike on the predetermined sea surface with stationary artillery fire. Just as the Jackdaw was actively sailing into this predetermined sea, port side hit. Dodge, Pierce screamed in the night air with the ironclad voice of a teenager. Bell scrambled to push past the helmsman and grip the hand wheel, turning hard to starboard. But it was too late. The first salvo was a volley from the brigantine on either side, the shells impacting at ranges of 20 to 50 meters around the Jackdaw. The second was a follow-up barrage from the galleon, a dense stream of projectiles whistling in arcs. One pierced the port bow, another grazed the wind catcher between the masts, instantly setting fire. Lorraine stood between the fire and water, his face livid, His feet are movable as if driven by nails. Report damage. Kren, clutching his forehead, ran over with a grimacing expression, his face pale and his eyes bloodshot as he walked. The second tack sail on the main foremast is on fire. The mainmast's third tier and foremast's second tier square sails are ineffective. We're expecting a 20% reduction in speed. Furthermore, the port side gun bay is severely damaged, and the stored corn is on fire. Push all the corn out. Put the fire out within 5 minutes. Also, send someone aboard the mast. I don't need a lift, just a way to blow air. Yes, Lorraine took a deep breath. Show Pierce who's responsible. I don't believe we've got the wrong guy. His anger was instantly transformed into an order. Reports arrived quickly. The attacking ship was a 5th-tier galleon, with a red goddess image on its bow. Combining the emblem and the pirate flag, it was the Bloody Mary, the flagship of Cotton Jack VI. Cotton Jack, Lorraine gritted his teeth. This pirate king's demeanor doesn't even match his name. The truth was now clear. 2 months ago, Catalina stormed into the bay under Cotton Jack's protection. Cotton Jack somehow managed to survive, lying low for so long, and today, he taught Lorraine a lesson. In the face of a pirate's personal vendetta, a nation is nothing. His mind racing, Lorraine strode to the poop. Noah, time until the first round of bombardment, 1 minute and 13 seconds, there's still time. The mist thinned, and Lorraine stared intently at the Bloody Mary, barking out orders. Bell, conduct a frontal assault on the Bloody Mary. Bow to bow. Are you crazy again? Bell shuddered, but he quickly adjusted the bow as Lorraine ordered. Pierce, report enemy range every 20 meters, artillery warning, 270, 250, 230, Atrin. I hope you've finished reloading the bowgun. Atrin popped her head out of the gun bay. Of course, Captain. Every lady knows not to spread her legs when being harassed by a homeless man, especially a delicate beauty like the jackdaw. Very good. Next, 150, 130, 110, 90. Bombardment. Bow hit. Evade, Pierce screamed, and as he did so, Lorraine's orders echoed. Atrin, next time you're robbing flowers, don't show your eyes. Bowgun scattershot, fire, boom. Boom boom boom. The Bloody Mary's cannon roared, and at a range of less than 90 meters, flames burst into flames, starting from the last gun bay on the port side. The jackdaw opened fire almost simultaneously, the bowgun roared, and a shower of shrapnel hit the hull of the gun compartment in the middle and front section of the Bloody Mary. Sporadic stray bullets shot into the wide-open gun ports, instantly interrupting the opponent's artillery fire. The sailors' screams rang out immediately, and the deafening roar stopped abruptly. The distance between the two sides was less than 50. Bell, full left rudder, wow. The jackdaw, which was rushing forward, turned around at close range, and the huge waves it raised hit the Bloody Mary. The waves were higher than the freeboard, hitting her head and face, like a downpour from the sky. The brigantine beside the Bloody Mary launched an artillery attack at the right time. Before Pierce could even give a warning, 3 9-pound chain shells hit the thick hull of the jackdaw one after another, making a dull puffing sound, and there was no further news. Get away. Lorraine grabbed the guardrail tightly and shouted at the top of his lungs, ship back to Baltimore immediately. This pirate prince gave us such a generous gift. We will repay you another day. After a while, they arrived at the mouth of the Choptank River. The rolling waves in front of him were gradually subsiding, but Cotton Jack's heart was not at peace at all. The surefire ambush failed. The smuggling ship named Jackdaw was more cunning than a rabbit on the grassland. It did not show the slightest panic when suddenly attacked. Evasion, charge, feint, turn. Each of her responses was unexpected. By the time Bloody Mary stabilized, she had regained the wind's angle and escaped 500 meters away, with no possibility of pursuit. Cotton Jack vaguely felt that he seemed to have provoked a troublesome opponent. The helmsman, whom he regarded as his right-hand man, approached him and whispered, "Captain, 1 gunner in the lower cabin was killed, 4 were seriously injured, and there were more than a dozen slightly injured. Such a terrible opponent, are you really not going to chase? The other party is a bog-type high-speed ship, and now it has found the wind again. It's not that I don't want to chase, it's just that I can't catch up, but her sail is damaged after all. If it's brigantine, didn't you see? She has given up on evading brigantine's artillery fire. If a level 5 ship is determined to escape, even if it is a commercial type, a mere 9-pound gun can't stop it." What's more, Cotton Jack shook his head with a bitter face. I bought a British's rotation list at a high price in New Orleans. That Drake is coming back. The characteristics of Bloody Mary are too obvious. Once Drake blocks the bay entrance, we won't be able to get out. Notify everyone, lower the flag, evacuate. Chapter 262 for America. Less than 3 hours after leaving port, the Jackdaw reappeared in Baltimore's harbor, shrouded in plumes of smoke and a dismal appearance. This sight horrified the Americans. The American fleet in Baltimore consisted of only 8 ships, and upon receiving the report, 6 of them rushed out, forming a spindle-shaped formation to surround the damaged Jackdaw. The Americans exchanged flags, inquired about the ship's well-being, and used every possible means to convey their goodwill, but not a single ship stopped to enter the harbor. The harbor was now filled with uncertainty for both sides. Lorraine feared pursuit by Cotton Jack, while the Americans feared an unknown enemy. Neither wanted to linger there for a moment. But what unknown enemy was there? The coast was already in chaos. Sharp whistles echoed in the night sky, and the massive coastal defense guns had their gun covers torn off and pushed out of their gun ports. The wind blew across the fields, and the hedgehog-like barrels pointed directly out to sea, and the air was filled with a terrible sense of panic. The Jackdaw had been attacked. As one of the most famous smuggling ships on the Baltimore route, the Jackdaw was attacked in the waters not far from Baltimore. The only reason Americans could think of was that the British were coming. The British were at the gates of the city, with their cannons and huge ships, trying to seize the most important supply port of the Continental Congress. There was no other possibility. With this in mind, the soldiers on the shore took action, and the docks cleared out long connected berths as quickly as possible, allowing the escorting American fleet to protect the Jackdaw and enter the port in sequence, and then equipped with the fighters who had fallen behind earlier, ready to go. Lorraine did not wait for the ship to stop and went ashore with the frightened sailors. He saw Adams and Hamilton, who had rushed over on the shore, pursed his lips, and walked up to the 2 men with a menacing look. "Mr. Congressman, I need an explanation." Adams was stunned for a moment. "You said explanation?" "Yes. Explanation. Not long ago, I was attacked at the mouth of the Choptank River. The one who attacked me was your country's famous pirate king, His Highness King Cotton Jack VI. He prepared a grand salute of 3 ships for me. The welcome was so warm that he probably just wanted me to die in the sea." Cotton. Could it be the big pirate who paid out of his own pocket to support his hometown? Why ask when you already know the answer? Lorraine laughed in anger. There are thousands of pirates in the Caribbean, but only 6 of them can be called His Highness. Among them, they happen to be from the United States and have good intentions towards the cause of independence. Could there be a second one? Adams still had a confused expression on his face. "Kenway, are you sure it was Cotton Jack who attacked you?" "At the mouth of the Choptank River, not far from Baltimore. The night may be dark, but my eyes are clear." Lorraine gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. "Such a wonderful misunderstanding has occurred. Are you or America planning to play dumb to get away with it?" The Americans breathed a sigh of relief at this. Of course, this tone certainly felt a bit unfair to Lorraine, but for them, as long as the Chesapeake Bay remained America's Chesapeake Bay, everything else was negotiable. Hamilton disappeared instantly. The whistles on the shore softened, and the disheveled soldiers began to stop and enforce discipline. Once everything settled, Adams gave an awkward smile. "Kenway, although I'm still confused, please believe I will give you a proper answer. It just takes time." "How long?" "I won't delay long," Adams promised solemnly. "Besides, the Jackdaw is damaged. This is a perfect time for Baltimore's skilled shipbuilders to properly heal her. What do you think?" And so, Lorraine stayed in Baltimore, staying at Adams' private villa, awaiting the Jackdaw's repairs and peacefully enjoying the hospitality of America's founding fathers. Baltimore was truly North America's premier shipbuilding center. In just half a day, Kren returned with a comprehensive inspection report. Parts of the hull and some of the cabin walls needed to be replaced, and the sails and rigging needed to be refinished. There were also some minor skin injuries and wear and tear from long sailing, which would be time-consuming to repair, so they were replaced all at once. Within 2 days, the Jackdaw was repaired and in better condition than ever before. The sails hoisted smoothly, the hull was solid, and the ship was vibrant and full of fighting spirit. 2 days later, Adams's adjustments bore fruit. He personally arrived at Lorraine's door, smiling wryly as he handed over 2 Port Authority registration forms. Lorraine was confused. What are these? Entry and exit forms for the Norfolk and Onioncock docks, covering the past month. Onioncock, A small fishing port in Virginia, the closest dock to the mouth of the Choptank River. Lorraine finally understood what Adams meant and quickly flipped through the forms to search carefully. The Bloody Mary and her 2 companion ships had departed Norfolk 12 days prior, arriving at Onioncock 6 days prior, staying overnight before departing. The distance between the 2 ports obviously does not require a 3-day sail, so Cotton Jack must have hidden somewhere after leaving Norfolk, and only followed a jackdaw into the Chesapeake Bay and waited in ambush at the location. Where is the person who betrayed my whereabouts? Not found, or it is impossible to find. Adams shrugged. Cotton Jack has strong connections in Virginia and many friends in the Continental Army. There is no way to check them one by one. Looking at Adams' sincere face, Lorraine couldn't help but sneer. So this has become a personal vendetta, huh? You're our most important friend, Kenway, Adams said, his expression gloomy. If possible, we don't want you and another friend to clash in our pursuit of freedom, but the conflict has already occurred, and it wasn't initiated by me. Maybe, maybe not, it doesn't matter. Adams chose his words carefully. I've heard that peace can be purchased in the pirate world, just like between nations. I just don't know if you're willing to accept such an offer. Lorraine frowned in surprise. Buy peace? You mean, of course, the great pirate offered you goodwill. The heir suddenly fell silent. Lorraine stared at Adams, wondering if he was naive or foolish. But in the end, reason told him that his opponent didn't fit either of those adjectives. He calmed down, trying not to laugh, trying to be serious. Mr. Congressman, I want to hear your thoughts, all of your thoughts, that's what I should say. Adams cleared his throat. First of all, you are very important to us. To be frank, as long as you are always lucky, you will be America's most important friend until the victory of the War of Independence. This is determined by demand. Secondly, just like America, everyone's actions are supported by their purpose. Just like you risked your life to bring us hope for money, a lot of money, enough money to pile up into a mountain. So what is Cotton Jack for? The risk he took was no less than yours, but not only did he not covet the taxes of the people of Virginia, he even borne the costs himself. Is this love for his hometown? Is it all? Adams shook his head and waved his arms, his voice full of determination and strength. Piracy is not a lifelong career. Francis Drake traded half of his fortune for his title, and Henry Morgan handed over his empire and became a lackey of the British. Such people are everywhere in history, and Cotton Jack is inconspicuous among them. He has his eyes on the future of America. He is rich and powerful now, and is no longer satisfied with being a violent pirate among dirty pirates. He just wants to return to the upper class he is familiar with. This is his pursuit. To be honest, your attack makes us angry, and the entire parliament is furious. We really don't know who is disregarding the interests of America. But Virginia is not only full of stupid and short-sighted people. On the contrary, most of them are the most loyal independence fighters, and among them is the most suitable person to act as a matchmaker for your negotiation this time. For America, he can make Cotton Jack lower his greasy head. For America, this accident needs to be resolved here. For America's sake, we hope you'll consider the greater good. Adams looked steadily at Lorraine. This is the hope of all Americans, the will of the Continental Congress, and the request that George Washington, Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, has asked me to convey to you. Things suddenly took an interesting turn. Lorraine wasn't moved by Adams' fiery speech. Instead, she sensed something strange in it, a trap, a conspiracy, a kind of well-intentioned prank. The American people were being overly enthusiastic about this matter. It was just a personal feud between pirates and smugglers, and yet even their founding father had sent a request. A request? Lorraine suddenly had a thought. Mr. Congressman, I wonder who the right middleman is. Mr. Thomas Jefferson. He is the main drafter of the Declaration of Independence, an important member of the Continental Congress, and he is also the current governor of Virginia. The person that Cotton Jack dares not disobey the most right now, so I need to go to Richmond? Or Norfolk? Where does the governor usually like to work? The capital of Virginia is of course in Richmond, where all the ash trees are in bloom. Adams turned his eyes away slightly, but Thomas is a man who can't sit still. Right now, he is inspecting the defense of the entire North as a representative of the Continental Army. The whole? The North. Most of the time, he stays in Boston. Sure enough, P.S. Thomas Jefferson, English name, Thomas Jefferson, April 13, 1743 July 4, 1826, was the third President of the United States, 1801 to 1809. He was a leader of democracy and the Democratic Party, as well as the main drafter of the Declaration of Independence. He was one of the founding fathers of the United States and was known as one of the 3 founding fathers of the United States along with George Washington and Benjamin Franklin. Chapter 263 Pirates are Thugs. Boston, huh? As the Americans' plans became clear, the fog over Boston suddenly dissipated before Lorraine's eyes. He seemed to sense the pulse of opportunity. For some reason, the Americans urgently needed to transport a large amount of munitions to Boston, and they couldn't delegate the task. It had to be delivered personally by the Continental Army or its representatives. Sadly, the Continental Army lacked the ability to cross half of America, nor did they have much freedom to choose their representatives. All their munitions were in Lorraine's hands. If Lorraine agreed, there was hope. If he didn't, there would be no success. Lorraine was their only option. For Lorraine, going to Boston had both advantages and disadvantages, but most of the disadvantages were short-term and visible, while the advantages were long-term and immeasurable. The only thing he needed to be wary of was Boston's current situation, in other words, the safety of the Jackdaw there. The Americans had inadvertently allayed Lorraine's concerns. Whatever had happened there, or would happen in the future, at least it should be safe for the Jackdaw for now. Thomas Jefferson went there as a representative of the Continental Army. While he was renowned, he had no significant military achievements. If Boston were embroiled in a fierce battle, the Continental Army would have needed someone with greater military influence to oversee military inspections, and not him, a top bureaucrat known for his political prowess. Furthermore, Jefferson was also the governor of Virginia. This personnel arrangement revealed a tremendous amount of information. Combined with a massive demand for munitions, Lorraine had a vague idea of the answer. Boston, or certain individuals within it, might have wavered politically. The political vacillation during the independence process was a fascinating phenomenon, though it had little to do with Loring. He simply understood that Boston was important to the United States, and that this was the perfect time to offer a favor. The second question was, what reason could he use to go to Boston? A principle of later marketing philosophy is that you must always be better than what I offer you. This favor also applied to this matter. A sudden change of heart and accepting this special contract wouldn't be the best strategy for maximizing profits. Because American pioneers were shrewd, their overall quality rivaled that of any contemporary political power. They were able to accurately discern the value of the Boston trip to Loring. They calculated the potential losses, gains, and favors owed to each party, ensuring Loring's profits without losing everything. Rationally, Loring was confident he couldn't compete with the elite and capable individuals who had made their mark in history. But America also had its unavoidable flaws. They were too young, and their backgrounds, both as a nation and as individuals, were too pristine. They lacked sufficient reference points to judge the darker aspects of the world. Yet, they had overestimated their capabilities and plunged into this situation. To increase their leverage and lure Loring into accepting the Boston contract, they were attempting to use conventional political tactics to mediate the conflict between the two pirates. This was a complete joke. Of course, Loring didn't deny Adams's analysis of Cotton Jack. This pirate king, regardless of cost, supplied munitions to the Virginia militia, surely harboring the hope of reaching shore. But pirates were thugs. Lorraine and all of them were not rational political creatures. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, dignity and prestige were far more valuable than money. Cotton Jack would never buy peace from Lorraine. Even if Lorraine's offer was only a penny, paying it would mean the complete collapse of his painstakingly cultivated prestige. Could a pirate king, deprived of prestige, possibly survive until American victory? If he couldn't survive to see victory, what was the point of all his actions, the price he paid, the humiliation he endured? If even that had lost its meaning, why would he continue to humiliate himself? There was absolutely no need. The world's truly powerful nations understood the pirate mentality. True compromise never existed in the pirate world. The so-called buying peace, from its inception, was simply a cover for the subordinate to pay his superiors a token of loyalty. However, the United States didn't understand. This cognitive flaw had nothing to do with intelligence, it was simply a blind spot caused by differences in experience and mindset. They couldn't comprehend such brutal, irrational principles, and could only blindly follow the political landscape, believing that, under sufficient pressure and interests, nothing was truly unforgivable. Thinking of this, Lorraine tilted his head slightly, gazing at Adams's passionate and sincere face with the utmost sincerity. Kenway, you need to make your terms. As the victim of this conflict, your terms will be the first cornerstone of this reconciliation. Terms? Lorraine looked perplexed. Though I know all about negotiations, your highness is renowned across the New World. While I'm just a fledgling smuggler, you have America behind you, Kenway. Rather than the disparity in power, you should understand the immense significance of this reconciliation for human civilization, democracy, and freedom. A mere peace talk between pirates and smugglers. Why belittle yourselves, Kenway? Your reconciliation will bring victory to America. Once America triumphs, will you still be mere pirates and smugglers? Lorraine suddenly understood. I marvel at your wisdom, and I'm grateful for America's friendship, sir. Please believe my sincerity. Unless absolutely necessary, I'd be loath to let personal grudges override business. It was an apt statement, in keeping with human nature. Given Edward Kenway's strength, a war with Cotton Jack would be highly fraught with danger. With lives and interests at stake, any sensible person would grasp at straws. Adams smiled knowingly, but speaking from a perspective of someone who's experienced it, Kenway, there's a saying among diplomats, what you can't take on the battlefield, don't expect to obtain at the negotiating table. Lorraine's expression suddenly darkened, exactly as Adams had expected. Under Adams's guidance, Lorraine quickly drafted his own settlement proposal, including a public apology from the Sea Brotherhood, £240 in compensation for the Jackdaw's repairs and £62 in compensation for casualties, and a truce until the United States achieved victory. Adams had hoped Lorraine would back down, foregoing a public apology in favor of a face-to-face apology, but Lorraine persisted, even offering compensation and a truce. Adams had no choice but to give up. After some deliberation, Adams happily poured 2 glasses of wine. Your conditions give me hope for reconciliation, Kenway. I will convey them to Cotton Jack in advance through the Continental Congress, and I will also let Mr. Jackson put pressure on me to do my best to protect what you deserve. That's not important, sir. Lorraine took a sip of wine tiredly. The key is that peace can come and the American people can continue to be supported. This is also our hope. Mr. Congressman, are the peace talks in Boston? Of course, Adams answered as a matter of course, although it's a bit far away. Please understand that Mr. Jefferson will not be able to end his official business there in a short time. You misunderstood, I mean, the contract. Adams was surprised. Kenway, have you changed your mind? Business is business, sir. The negotiations will probably take a long time, and I need to give an explanation to the Earl, even if it's only a partial explanation. Lorraine carefully crafted his words. Besides, America has gone to great lengths for me this time. A small loss may make up for the apology in my heart. It's not your fault. Kenway, it's not your fault. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Making Money is Not Easy. 1779, deliberately choosing a beautiful day, the newly repaired Jackdaw leisurely departed Baltimore, gliding across the Chesapeake Bay before the Shark and Lion could change shifts. Lorraine had 2 new documents in hand, a special contract with Boston and a statement from the Continental Congress to Boston. Considering he still had a lot of chores to attend to after returning to New Orleans, Lorraine left the statement to Carmen to handle, focusing most of his attention on the special contract, which promised enormous long-term benefits. The contract's contents differed from the draft. First, the 45-day turnaround time was equivalent to a regular contract, facilitating the allocation of goods for suppliers, especially Lorraine's supplementary supplier, the somewhat difficult Habsburg. Second, the contracts included 400 more dragoons than the original 2,200 Charlesvilles. The payment first come, later arrangement remained, so Lorraine now had an additional £240,000 in cash on board. The price of this payment was a further reduction in the Jackdaw's broadside firepower, from 16 12-pounders to 12. Correspondingly, the ship's cargo holds were increased to 12, a ratio approaching that of the supposedly harmless armed merchant ships on the market, with only a difference of 1 cargo hold. The third change concerned Baltimore's regular contract. In the original draft, the regular contract renewal period began on the expiration of the special contract. Following Lorraine's insistence, this detail was adjusted to commence on the Jackdaw's next arrival in Baltimore. Adams assumed Lorraine was trying to buy time for the upcoming peace talks, but he didn't realize that in Lorraine's mind, these talks might not even begin. As expected, Cotton Jack would view the terms presented by the Continental Congress as a declaration of war. Even if he didn't mark the messenger, he would still regard Edward Kenway as a thorn in his side. Formal war was inevitable. However, Edward could not possibly be a match for the Pirate King, and even if the Jackdaw were fully equipped, the situation would be no better. To ensure the continued smuggling activities were not affected, Lorraine had to ensure that Cotton Jack was kept busy, ideally so busy that he could ascend to heaven, leaving him no time to worry about his petty enemy digging for gold in the Chesapeake Bay. First it was Mansfield III, and now it's Cotton Jack VI. Come to think of it, the pirate lords of the Caribbean really have a connection with me. After a series of twists and turns, 5 days passed before the Jackdaw returned to New Orleans with a cargo hold full of gold coins. Compared to Baltimore, Boston's contract terms were criminally generous. Lorraine faced no risk of default. The biggest concern was the inventory backlog caused by the disrupted delivery cycle. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it would erode the rare mutual trust between Lorraine and Count Galvez. After arranging shifts and granting the sailors a 5-day holiday, Lorraine sent Atrin as a messenger, solemnly inviting the Count to personally travel to New Orleans to pick up the gold. The ship held a total of 240,000 pounds worth of gold coins. According to the distribution ratio, 59,280 pounds belonged to Drake, 53,200 pounds were to be transferred by Galvez to the Habsburgs, 38,600 pounds represented the cost of the cargo, and the remainder was the Count's profit. Of course, that was only a single-order calculation. Due to the reduced cargo, the warehouse would only have 200 Charlevilles, 800 dragoons, and 12 land guns, totaling 11 holds, left during the contract period. Besides the 600 dragoons, the rest were high-priced goods purchased from the Habsburgs. Whether it was resold 3 times or held in storage for a slow sale, it was uninspiring. Lorraine discussed with Galvez and offered to privately purchase 200 sets of muskets and short rifles, valued at 23,600 pounds, to fully equip the Jackdaw's crew. Galvez reciprocated the favor, not only readily accepting the Americans' unwelcome request, but also stating that his new estate needed a batch of small cannons to ward off wild beasts and natives. With a wave of his hand, he secured the 12 light guns. The inventory problem was thus properly resolved. Logically, the next step would have been the much-anticipated dividend distribution. The Chamber of Commerce still had a surplus of 35,680 British pounds. While not as impressive as during the previous 2 contract periods, it was still a substantial sum. However, Lorraine did not proceed. Instead, he gathered all the sailors and, on the 3rd day of their rest, sailed to Little Cayman aboard the Blue Drop. Leonard and Alvis were already waiting there, and Lorraine immediately called a meeting of the Chamber of Commerce's Board of Directors, with 2 representatives from the Caribbean branch in attendance for relevant matters. The first topic of discussion was the Caribbean branch's secret reserve fund, totaling 10,000 British pounds, which Leonard was to hold and decide when to deploy. Lorraine had previously discussed this issue with his sailors. Chuck was a man of exceptional business talent. In September, the Caribbean branch's monthly profits soared to an astonishing 3,600 pounds, a remarkable increase. However, he was too adventurous, and his business philosophy was so advanced and radical that it even evoked a touch of leverage. Adding a safeguard to ensure the branch's smooth and orderly development was essential. The proposal passed unanimously, and 10,000 pounds was immediately handed to Leonard. The second item on the agenda concerned the allocation of the Chamber of Commerce's smuggling operations. Lorraine requested that Leonard acquire 3 Bermuda schooners. 2 brigantine-class schooners, anchored in Lucy and Kingston, would serve exclusively as transports for Lorraine and Leonard. A single-masted Throop-class schooner would be used alongside the Blue Drop for maneuvering, normally anchored in Crow's Nest and New Orleans. Bermuda schooners were inexpensive and high quality, with a new sloop costing only £400 each and a new ketch costing just £3,000. With their limited light firepower, the price wouldn't exceed £4,000. The final price of the deal was £8,500, and Leonard was handed over to him. He was required to complete the formalities and bring the ship into port within 45 days. Lorraine swept the crowd on the final topic. Everyone, war is about to begin. The Jackdaw is no match for Cotton Jack, so the main forces in this battle will be the Drake Merchant Guild, the Golden Hind, and the Caribbean branch's ocean-going fleet. His words shocked everyone. Bell slammed the table and stood up. "Lo. Chairman, are you planning to reveal Edward Kenway's identity?" Lorraine laughed and waved his hand. "The Jackdaw still has astronomical orders to fulfill. I'm not willing to destroy my lifeline for a mere pirate king." "What about replacement?" "It's not replacement." Lorraine tilted his head. "Whether Cotton Jack formally declares war on the Jackdaw or not, Drake will find an excuse to proactively declare war on Cotton Jack." This was a purely technical issue. In the Caribbean, the Maritime Brotherhood is a united entity. They consider themselves the wolves of the sea and view merchant ships as lambs to be slaughtered. Normally, sheep aren't allowed to challenge wolves. If someone overreaches, the pirates will unite to make an example of him and maintain order. However, Lorraine is a privateer. His Francis bloodline allows him to easily blend into the Caribbean pirate community, and the Pirate King's token gives him legitimate credentials. However, to truly realize this identity and gain recognition, Lorraine must proactively report to Turtle Island. More precisely, he must officially announce to the pirate world that Lorraine Drake has entered the race for the 7th pirate crown. At that point, the war between the Drake Guild and the Cotton Jack pirates will become a war between a pirate king and a pirate king candidate, in line with the pirate code. Each side must rely on their own merit to win allies. The Sea Brotherhood will not interfere, let alone take sides or launch a crusade. Therefore, the Drake Guild's declaration of war on Cotton Jack is a well-planned plan. The only question is the motive. Lorraine cannot provoke Cotton Jack without reason. His token belonged to Mansfield III. Even if he wanted to lay claim to the Pirate King throne, his target should be the third candidate, whom even Catalina was unfamiliar with. Furthermore, Chuck knew nothing about smuggling. A declaration of war without any reason would be unacceptable, even to the Caribbean chapter's board of directors. This matter needed to be embellished, just like the ladies of the Hanoverian dynasty who, before attending a ball, had to dress up like Sun Wukong, carrying the flower fruit mountain on their heads, before appearing before the public. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Lorraine sat down, and Catalina stood up. "The plan is as follows," she spoke with the power of a general. "While we are in Boston, the branch must have someone contact Old Bart in New Orleans. I ask Old Bart. Cotton Jack is a regular customer of one of his downline. He has been visiting more frequently, especially recently. The branch must spread the news through Bart. Gold ships, porcelain, silk or anything else, as long as they are priceless and in short supply in the New World, can be revealed to him skillfully, and 3 to 4 seemingly targeted successful robberies can be created in a short period of time. October is the best opportunity to execute this stage of the plan. Cotton Jack suffered a great loss at the hands of Shat Drake. During the patrol of the Lion, he will suspend his forays into the Chesapeake Bay. In other words, he is very idle. In the second phase, after the Jackdaw returns, lure Cotton Jack into raiding the branch's ocean-going fleet, still through Old Bart's channels. We just need to be prepared. There are only a handful of pirate groups in the Caribbean that can really harm the ocean-going fleet. At least Cotton Jack is not among them. He will return in defeat in this battle, but by then, the chairman will have ample reason to convince the branch's board of directors to declare war and make an example of them. The rest are all technicalities, so I won't go into detail here." She slid back into her seat, and Lorraine tapped the table with a smile. "That's it. Catalina has been working on this plan for several days, taking into full consideration the pirate mentality and the price we'll pay. There will definitely be a price. After all, President Drake is a friend of justice. Even if the other party is a pirate, I can't just go after him without any reason. That wouldn't be consistent with my character, and with Cotton Jack and Edward at loggerheads, it would easily arouse suspicion from those with ulterior motives. Avi, I'll leave this matter to you. The offshore fleet has a tradition of hiring foreign ships, so we can hide the Chamber of Commerce from Cotton Jack and prevent him from noticing it early. Leonard also has priceless ancient gold artifacts, some of which can be utilized. You and Leonard will discuss this." "Yes," Admiral Orvis of the Offshore Chamber of Commerce replied in a resounding voice. "By the way, your budget for this operation is also £10,000. Remember to spend it frugally. A businessman's duty is to weigh input and output. It is our obligation to reduce costs as much as possible while achieving our goals, especially when facing small goals with insufficient resources. Don't be blinded by the Pirate King's reputation. He is just a down-and-out lawless criminal. Cotton Jack vi. He is not worth our excessive investment. Making money is not easy. Chapter 265 Beacon Eye, no fish on Friday. Blue waves, clear skies, the sea and sky blending into one. This is the beautiful scenery of the mid-Atlantic Ridge route. The Jackdaw sailed across this vast sea, sails filled, bow high, cutting through the waves at lightning speed. The strong Atlantic winds gave her a steady high speed, and her broad wing sails spread out like the fins of a flying fish. The Jackdaw schemed north at a speed exceeding 10 knots, tearing the sea mirror behind her, leaving behind a sharp, zigzagging path like a comet's tail. Today is October 18th, 10 days since the Jackdaw left New Orleans. With his voyage's purpose changed, Lorraine naturally abandoned the well-guarded near-shore route and sailed west around the northern tip of Grand Bahama Island, extending beyond the continental shelf and returning to his familiar mid-Atlantic Ridge route. This route would require the Jackdaw to sail for 6 days, then, after crossing the 42nd parallel, cut eastward. Another 2 days would bring them past the edge of Newfoundland and onto the Massachusetts coastline. Today was already his second day on the ridge, meaning, if all went well, Lorraine would be on Boston soil in just 6 days. 16 days for the one-way trip, no more than 30 days for the return trip. We were right to take the longer route. While the coastal route is shorter, waiting for the crossing might waste 5 or 6 days. The second fleet. I wonder if Shark's control over that fleet is as strong as the first. Leaning against the bow railing, Lorraine felt the sea breeze and smiled as he watched Jenny and McCarthy circle with his companions. Puffins are small birds that can't fly high or far, making them ideal prey for many birds of prey. Therefore, Jenny and McCarthy rarely get the chance to soar like today. But now it doesn't matter. The Jackdaw is too far from land, well outside the bird's suitable hunting range. These days, the vast skies are theirs to themselves. But that's tough for White-eared. The lazy little cat never gave up the idea of having sex, and would chase after McCarthy every now and then. In the past 2 days, the little female bird followed a restless little male bird and flew higher and higher. White-ear even dared to run to the top of the mast, but could only swipe his beard and call pitifully. The cry was so mournful, as if it was the main wife, and Jenny in the sky seemed like a third party who intervened. Be safe and happy, Lorraine. Belle whistled and walked lazily to the bow. Lorraine smiled and nodded, and said softly, Emmons is sailing on the Blue Drop to Newfoundland. Calculating the time, he may have landed today, if there is no shipwreck on the way. Belle shrugged and said the harshest words among sailors in the most gentle tone. About 4 days, Lorraine pondered. He said he would hand over the patrol plan of the second formation to me in St. John's. Do you think it will succeed? You gave him a full £500. For that old gambler, if he really can't get the patrol plan, he will blow up the dock of Schnellbasque and prevent the second formation from leaving the port. Click, click. The undulating bluestone road was filled with a sound of brisk and energetic footsteps. Following the sound, the sunlight illuminated a pair of small and exquisite brown leather boots. The owner of the boots wore a light green petticoat and a hat of the same color. Under the plain gauze, a beautiful face with a sweet smile was reflected. With big eyes, a perky nose, blonde hair, blue eyes, and her little red lips. She looked young, and there was still a trace of childishness between her eyebrows, and her pretty face could not hide the baby fat. These features made her look particularly small, even though she wasn't actually small at all. At around 170 centimeters, she wouldn't stand out from the crowd, but even among men, she wouldn't be too insignificant. Beautiful, energetic, childlike, and with a hint of heroism that occasionally flashed through her, she immediately attracted most of the attention on the street. Women examined her curiously, young men blushed and stole glances. She seemed oblivious, clutching a small, half-worn but clean suitcase in both hands, her slender neck raised. She muttered, searching for the house numbers on either side of the street. 33 Wesley Street, 34, 35 is gone, the next one is 37, this was Boston. More specifically, Boston's North End, the old neighborhood. Pioneers arrived by ship on this desolate land and, with 3 hills as their center, built the original Boston, the land beneath their feet. After over a century of development, this place has become Boston's most beautiful and inviting. Dense and compact Greek-style buildings are neatly arranged on both sides of the road, outlining the undulating streets that radiate towards the town center, the rounded and towering Beacon Hill. A pure white lighthouse stands atop the hill, its bright yellow light illuminating the land, guiding and attracting wave after wave of pioneers with dreams and hopes. This is Boston's history and glory. God was with the pioneers, and I hope he will be with me too. I really do love this town." The girl smiled brightly, put down her suitcase, and gently knocked on the wooden door in front of her. A moment later, a bald man in a chef's uniform opened the door and said in a gruff voice, "We're open every day at 3 p.m., serving dinner and snacks only." The girl, unconcerned, lifted her skirt and bowed slightly. "Are you short of help?" The man was startled. "Even if I were short of staff, I wouldn't hire those disobedient country bumpkins. I'm a city dweller, well-educated, and I know how to repay kindness." The big man's eyes narrowed. "What's so particular about food?" "I don't eat fish on Fridays. Other than that, I'm not particular about food." The atmosphere suddenly relaxed. The big man led the girl into the house and soon took out a sealed letter and handed it to her. "I always thought my aunt would introduce a refined gentleman, but I didn't expect it to be such a beautiful lady." The girl played with the envelope's stiff seal. "It's because Boston's been quite volatile lately. Newly arrived men are too conspicuous, while women are less so, which makes things much easier." "I see," the burly man laughed. "Ruby O'Ron, Under-Secretary of the Secret Service for the Massachusetts colony." "Nice to meet you, beautiful lady." "Sigrid Christina Teresa, Special Operations Specialist, 8th Company, 52nd Regiment, British Army." "If that's awkward, you can call me Sig, Austrian descent, Dutch." The burly man's face flushed with excitement. "It seems the gentlemen of New England are serious this time." "Of course, Uncle O'Ron," Sig called sweetly, his voice slightly hoarse, magnetic and brimming with allure, an indistinguishable androgynous quality. The burly man flushed with embarrassment, his hands resting anxiously, his face twitching. "Well, I'll call you a carriage. Kildale Manor is at the foot of Beacon Hill, several kilometers from here, then I'll wait outside for the ride." "Thanks, Uncle." With that, Sig lifted her suitcase, opened the door, and stood silently at the alley entrance like a beautiful sculpture, blending in between the red walls and the blue bricks. A drunken man fell awkwardly behind her, motionless, as if dead. Sig's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. "That's a real fall, idiot Harry." The drunken man maintained his corpse-like composure, but a muffled sound drifted out from the cracks in the bricks. "Although I knew you were going to wear women's clothes, but when I actually saw it, I still felt disgusted." "There's nothing I can do," Sig sighed helplessly. "I've had too many beautiful encounters in this city, and simple makeup can't protect my identity, so you simply hide your gender, so that people can't make the right association." "Right, Captain, please call me Sig here, or Miss Teresa is fine." "How disgusting." "Same here." Lieutenant Harry was silent for a while. "Go up. Miss Teresa, you are going to be a tutor at the home of Major General Kitterell, commander of the Central Boston Legion." "Right, this was arranged in advance." "I'm worried." "Worried? You are dressed like this now. What will you do if that stupid Major General starts pursuing you?" Sig raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry, capturing the hearts of ladies is my specialty. Few people know better than me what kind of ladies will discourage men." "In that case, how can we contact you in the future?" "Only the three of you can contact me." "The location?" Sig looked around the street and immediately locked onto a flower shop not far away diagonally, number 77 Wesley Street, Evelyn's Natural Flower Shop. "From now on, I will be there at 3:30 every afternoon and stay for half an hour. Remember, don't put anything on paper." "Yes." "So before the new order is issued, should we continue to check the underground street, the Continental Army, City Hall, the militia, the Puritan Church, us? There have been several mysterious assassinations recently, which means that in addition to the 5 forces mentioned above, there is another group of people hiding in Boston. We must find them as soon as possible." Seeing the carriage appear at the end of the road, Sig stamped his feet lightly. "Okay, the carriage is here. Remember to tell me when you have news." "That's all for today." As soon as she finished speaking, the drunk shook twice as if he had suddenly woken up, then staggered to his feet and staggered into the corner. The carriage stopped steadily, and Sig climbed into the car with the suitcase. "Tisk, variables. I hate variables the most," she muttered softly. "When we find them, should we bury them or hang them up?" The driver suddenly opened the glass partition and looked in. "What did the lady say just now?" Sig's expression was flawless. "Sir, I said we'd go to Kitterell House on Beacon Hill. I'm a bit carsick. Please drive more steadily, thank you." PS1. Seers is a seaport on the southwest corner of Newfoundland. St. John's is the current capital, located in the southeast corner of the island, bordering the Atlantic Ocean. St. John's was founded as a city in 1888. Based on the principle of human settlement, it can be roughly assumed that people had settled there by 1779, but it was no larger than a fishing village. PS2. Sicut patribus sictius nobis, Latin, God was with the pioneers, may he be with us, is the motto of Boston. PS3. The Secret Service, the predecessor of MI5 and MI6, was founded in the 16th century during the reign of Queen Elizabeth. MI5 is now called the National Security Service, the British Domestic Intelligence Agency, while MI6, also known as the Secret Intelligence Service, primarily handles external affairs. PS4. Sigrid Christina de Risa, based on Maria Christina de Risa, Archduchess of Austria, daughter of Maria Christina, Duchess of Tushin, granddaughter of Holy Roman Emperor Joseph I, and stepsister of Archduke Karl. The character's prototype died at the age of 1. Because she was born during the reign of Duke Tushin in the Austrian Netherlands, she is described as of Austrian descent and Dutch origin. Thanks to my book friend, Hans Drinking Coffee, for the information and character design. Chapter 266 Beacon, The Color of Original Sin. Mary Day's Chapel in Boston South End. This modest community chapel is named after a remarkable woman who was hanged on Boston Common in 1660. While the precise cause of her death is unknown, the reason for her greatness is clear. Her famous quote, "My life is of little value compared with the pursuit of truth," is a household name in Boston, transcending time and becoming a landmark in Boston's struggle for freedom. It is for this reason that the community chapel was named after her. Even during Day's time, the South End was a silted mudflat. While Day likely pursued other goals, she likely wouldn't have considered whether slaves had the right to pursue freedom. Yet, Mary Day's Chapel was built to help slaves understand freedom. Bostonians often refer to the South End as the New District or the Manufacturing District. 3 times the size of the North End, its land was home to clusters of modern steam mills, once the most advanced manufacturing center in New England. After Boston gained independence, it became one of the most developed manufacturing bases in the newly formed United States. Countless raw materials, from daily necessities to hardware, clothing, and even guns, arrived here by sea and land, transformed into finished products under the plumes of steam, and then shipped to the far corners of the world via merchant ships anchored along the coastline. The pyramid structure of American factories in the late 18th century was quite fascinating. Skilled and educated white people served as managers and foremen, occupying the top of the pyramid. Next came the impoverished and child laborers, forming the backbone. At the bottom, and by far the largest group, were the slaves collected by the operators through various channels. These included blacks, whites, Native Americans, and occasionally even indigenous people from Asia and those from the East who fancied they were seeking gold. Industry, after all, is a far more complex production activity than agriculture, placing higher demands on producers. Operators recruited slaves to reduce labor costs, but after a period of trial and error, they gradually realized that plantation-style management was not cost-effective. This was primarily due to the workers' general lack of initiative. Lacking initiative, the workers learned inefficiently, their skills becoming proficient at an alarmingly slow pace. One foreman could do the work of 5 paupers, one pauper could do the work of 3 child laborers, one child laborer could do the work of 2 Orientals, and one Oriental could do the work of 3 white slaves, or 5 colored slaves, or 20 native Asians. The slaves toiled in the workshops with numb eyes, unable to see much in a day's output, but never forgetting their hunger. They ate more than anyone else. Even if their food was just black bread baked from sawdust and dirt, the gentlemen, who had originally intended to save money and become wealthy, began to feel overwhelmed. This situation had to change. The gentlemen gathered together to discuss and quickly identified the problem. Compared to the foremen, the slaves lacked education. Compared to the paupers, the slaves lacked freedom. Compared to the child laborers, the slaves lacked honor. Compared to the Orientals, slaves lacked nothing. On the contrary, they seemed to know too much. Brainstorming was a powerful tool, and the key to the slaves' wealth creation was immediately revealed. Since education was a gift from God, and knowledge could not be fundamentally erased, what slaves lacked was freedom and honor. Slaves must be granted freedom and honor. Under the Lord's mercy, all people are created equal. The gentlemen took action. They formed a committee to review the indentures. First, they singled out the indentures' sinister clauses that hindered equality, such as working in shackles, childbearing prohibitions, lack of choice, and provided food and lodging. They then addressed the slaves' needs and offered them full attention and liberation. Then, based on the wages and benefits of child laborers, the committee added reasonable and generous remuneration to the new indentures. A 16-hour workday, a minimum wage of 2d per day, an unconditional obligation for lunch, and so much more. To monitor themselves, the committee even organized a Southside United Union, composed entirely of foremen, dedicated to fighting for the rights of the slaves and providing them with a solid and powerful backing. Thus, the slaves were freed. Although, in theory, no one had yet proposed radical abolitionist bills, in reality, the slave owners of the South had given up everything except life and death. The new slave contract was no different from that of free people. As long as they worked in the workshop, slaves were free to choose their own homes, decide what to eat for dinner, raise and graze their livestock, fall in love and marry, and pass on their sacred property to their descendants. Even if they fled their nominal masters to work in other gentlemen's workshops, their masters could do nothing to them. Once granted, freedom naturally began to exude a refreshing fragrance. Workers' communities were born from this fragrance. Gentlemen needed to quickly convince the slaves of the value of change. The authorized United Union quickly selected obedient blacks and Indians and helped them achieve self-reliance through rewards or loans. They quickly became a model of success in the early days of slavery, gathering in the corners and vacant lots of the South Side, building a new working-class community, pursuing needs higher than mere survival, such as faith. This was the purpose of the community chapel. However, the clergy needed to eat. After all, time was short, and even the most successful slaves could hardly offer anything more valuable than their labor. Therefore, a pure community chapel was different from the churches that were spread across the city. The believers had no reason to support others except themselves. As a result, the quality of the clergy declined rapidly. Within a month of its establishment, the clergy were personally appointed by the regional bishop, reduced to an awkward position where anyone with aspirations could participate. Recently, a mysterious missionary has been visiting Mary Diet Chapel. He wears a hooded cloak and a steel mask, completely concealing no skin. He comes to the chapel every week, bringing exquisite and delicious communion, and gently yet passionately preaching the Lord's teachings to his fellow workers, which are somewhat unique. Colors. People are born with their own colors. Black, white, yellow, brown. A variety of colors make up the colorful world. Each color is given by God, and each color should have the same weight, but some people have arbitrarily divided colors into different levels. God is white, saints are white, Adam is white, and all that is noble is white. White is the original sin. Once color becomes the reason for slavery and enslavement, color becomes the original sin. Why are some colors born inferior? Why are some colors not allowed to fight for their rights? Why does resistance ultimately become disloyalty? Why does survival require risking one's life? White is the original sin. If white is not, then being born without white is the original sin. The missionary took a deep breath. Okay, today we will preach the Gospel of Matthew. Let us praise the Lord's kindness together. Chapter 267 Beacon III, temporarily anchored on the dangerous wall. Reef sails. Port rudder 5 degrees, ropes ready, anchors ready, meet pilot, berth 14 clear, bow final correction, angle correct, speed correct, enter the plank, planks ready, flag signal, welcome to free Boston, enter harbor. Drop anchor. As the anchor chain sank beneath the water, the Jackdaw finally ended its uneventful journey of over 10 days and came to a halt at Boston's bustling East Coast docks. Boston is one of the oldest cities in North America. In 1620, Puritans who had crossed the ocean established the first colony in the area, Plymouth Colony, on Massachusetts Bay. 10 years later, in 1630, another group of Puritans landed on the Shawmut Peninsula. Due to their radically different religious management policies from those of the previous group, they established a new colony in what is now Boston's North End, the Massachusetts Bay Colony, the forerunner of Boston. The Massachusetts Bay Colony was built on the Shawmut Peninsula, connected to the mainland by a narrow isthmus. It was surrounded by Massachusetts Bay, Back Bay, and the mouth of the Charles River. Because of the three hills at its center, it was originally known as the City of Three Hills. Later, as prominent figures emerged in the colony, the settlers, in accordance with colonial custom, officially named the town after their hometown, Boston, England. Thus, the name Boston was born. In 1691, the growing Massachusetts Bay Colony merged with the earlier Plymouth Colony to form the Massachusetts Colony, one of Great Britain's 13 colonies in North America. Boston became the colonial capital and, after the United States gained independence, the state capital. It was a sacred place for Puritans. The original ruler, John Winthrop, once delivered a famous sermon here, entitled A Model of Christian Charity, which posited a special covenant between Boston and God and was revered as sacred by the Puritans there. Using this sermon as a guiding principle, they worked diligently to build a stable, well-organized seaside town. They established the nation's first public park, Boston Common, the first public elementary school, the Mutter School, the first public high school, Boston Latin School, and the first public university, Harvard University. This comprehensive public education system made Boston one of America's most important talent hubs, fostering a vibrant intellectual and cultural scene, producing numerous outstanding individuals across all walks of life. In turn, these talented individuals fueled Boston's rapid development, becoming one of the largest cities in North America. The city encompasses the North District, home to the largest number of residents and serving as the economic, residential, and administrative center, the South District, home to the nation's manufacturing center, with numerous factories and workers, the East Coast Docklands, known locally as Front Bay, the largest and most prosperous commercial and distribution center in central North America, and the South Docklands, known as Back Bay, a national shipbuilding center rivaling Baltimore. The Jackdaw was anchored in Front Bay. The ship came to a stop, the planks lowered, and Lorraine stepped onto the smooth plank road. From a distance, he spotted a tall gentleman, escorted by a dozen soldiers, approaching him. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Edward Kenway, captain of the Jackdaw?" Lorraine speculated on the gentleman's identity. "I am Kenway. May I ask who you are?" Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson, with a sullen expression, gave Lorraine a proper gentleman salute, then raised his head. "Mr. Edward Kenway, America, is ashamed of you." As expected, and unexpected. The so-called expected point was that Cotton Jack had indeed rejected the Continental Congress's mediation efforts. Not only did he reject all of Lorraine's seemingly sincere peace terms, he even tattooed his own on the messenger's forehead, "Let that smuggler dress in women's clothes and get down on his knees to lick my boots clean." And so the negotiations fell apart. Cotton Jack had blocked all avenues for landing in his homeland, and the American elite had suffered an unbearable humiliation. Although Lorraine didn't care, he remained perplexed and gloomy for a moment, finally telling Jefferson with a friendly face, "Don't worry, it's not America's fault, favor earned." From now on, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and the still unseen founding father of the United States, George Washington, were all Lorraine's debtors. And by unexpected, Lorraine hadn't expected Jefferson to personally come to the dock to pick up the ship. Was it simply guilt? Or had his urgent need for the ship's munitions overwhelmed him with reserve, even neglecting the most basic social distancing? Just how unstable was Boston? Lorraine's mind flashed back to the Boston situation report Adams had given him. The city was crammed with American troops, militia, Continental Army, and a fleet of 6 dinghies anchored at the mouth of the Charles River. And what of their opponents? On land, the Canadian and New England colonial armies, from a zigzag angle, were eyeing Boston. At sea, the Continental Fleet's 2nd Division stood ready to enforce a complete blockade of the coast. As the core battlefield of the northern theater of the Revolutionary War, the British had deployed far more powerful forces in this area than the Americans. Their refusal to capture this crucial naval and land hub was simply to avoid another disastrous Bunker Hill-style victory. Frankly, Boston's peace was maintained by the forts blocking the isthmus and the artillery batteries dotting the coast. But if Boston turned against them, the forts and batteries would be rendered useless. The Red Army would wipe out the Continental Army garrison north of the city overnight, and the powerful 2nd Division would unimpededly take over the docks, leaving the American junks roaming the Charles River estuary powerless. What if, when the docks fell, the already somewhat renowned Jackdaw was still laden with munitions at its berth? Lorraine suddenly felt an urgent urge to leave. Having already secured the biggest bonus of this deal, the sooner the better to leave this perilous wall, which was poised to collapse at any moment. Lorraine's smile grew even more amiable at the thought. "Governor, Cotton Jack is a notorious pirate, unworthy of being the center of our conversation. We should discuss distant France. That powerful dynasty is a friend of all justice and righteousness, and their goodwill rests on my ship." Jefferson wasn't as delighted as Lorraine had imagined. Although he was also happy, his expression and tone seemed perfectly composed. "Mr. Adams mentioned the goodwill of this ship in his letter to me, Mr. Kenway. They are of great help to our cause, then let them play a role quickly. Lorraine bowed. I asked the port registrar who boarded the ship, and I heard that the military port at the mouth of the Charles River does not accept civilian ships to dock. Right. Jefferson smiled and waved his hand. You misunderstood, Mr. Kenway. This batch of goods is not prepared for the Continental Army, but for the armed forces of the newly established Puritan Parish Guard, so the delivery location is in the forebay. Delivery in the forebay where all kinds of people gather. Lorraine frowned deeply. Mr. Governor, I hope you have considered the commotion that may be caused when the goods on this ship are unloaded. Is it really okay to deliver in the forebay? Don't worry, Mr. Kenway, this is not the first time I have encountered this type of delivery. Jefferson patted Lorraine's arm. The Puritan church rented a water warehouse. However, because of the suddenness of the matter, the cleaning of the warehouse is still in progress, so I have to trouble you and your ship to wait at the berth for 2 days. 2 days, is that so? Chapter 268 Beacon, Midnight Ride. Boston, so confusing, the night sky was as clear as a mirror. Lorraine leaned against the bow railing, his glass in hand, his gaze fixed on the horizon, his vision unfocused. Not far away lay the bustling forebay harbor, where a variety of hotels, bars, brothels, gambling dens, and wholesale exchanges converged. Even after dark, the city was bustling with activity and traffic. The same was true at the docks along the embankment. Dock workers busied themselves loading and unloading cargo, drunken sailors staggered to identify their ships, and merchant ships, eager to leave the harbor, shouted orders to unload, backing out of their berths with the assistance of their pilots and away from the plank road. There was no sign of the turmoil that threatened chaos. All that Boston presented to Lorraine was calm and prosperity. This was clearly abnormal. Even if Lorraine's suspicions about the current situation were wrong, and the city's freedom fighters had no intention of wavering, Boston remained the epicenter of the storm for the entire northern theater. A city poised for war was completely defenseless. This kind of life-or-death struggle didn't resemble confidence, but rather the hideous paralysis of hopelessness. Unfortunately, all speculation was just speculation. Lorraine couldn't determine anything definitive. He didn't know Boston, and even if he pieced together the intelligence he had, it wouldn't be enough for him to see through the fog shrouding the city. Spending so much money on guns and not using them yourself, and sending another governor as a representative in a state capital, wouldn't that really be considered a provocation? Anyway, it's only 2 days. With a third of the people guarding the ship, and me, Hina, and Wang each leading a squad, there shouldn't be any accidents. But why do I still feel uneasy? Did I miss something? Or overlook something? If only there were more information. Such annoying mysticism. Tisk. Despite his distaste, Lorraine knew there was nothing wrong with the American's keeping his secrets. He was just a businessman, and a profit-driven smuggler at that. Not knowing Boston's secrecy wouldn't affect his delivery, the Americans had already included everything they needed to know in the instructions. There was no fighting in Boston. The shipping routes were accessible and not blockaded. There was no intelligence leak from Britain about attacking Boston in the short term. Met with someone related to the Continental Army in the forebay, unloaded the goods and made the delivery according to his request. The most valuable commodity for the return trip was machine-made textiles, but only rum brewed in the Boston distillery could flow freely in the defense zone of the Second Fleet, because the fleet quartermaster was the major shareholder there. It must be admitted that the intelligence service provided by the Americans was thoughtful, although there was almost nothing in it that Lorraine wanted and didn't know. After finishing the wine in a depressed mood, Lorraine saw a carriage coming from the harbor and stopped near the jackdaw. A strange gentleman got out of the carriage, politely handed a letter to the deck duty officer, said a few words, and turned to leave. The duty officer ran over a moment later and handed the letter to Lorraine. "Captain, this is the messenger from Mr. Jefferson this morning. He says the Puritans will hold a meeting at the Old North Church tomorrow morning, and their chairman wishes to meet with you. This is an invitation, Chairman? Isn't that the bishop? The messenger is referring to the chairman. Could it be? I misunderstood." Lorraine rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Lorraine was a pagan, Edward was not. This kind of religious pretense was difficult to understand in this era, so even Hannah and Carmen had their doubts about Lorraine's choice, occasionally calling him a false believer. Being a false believer in the faith of God was a serious accusation. Even though the power of the church had long since declined, those who believed in God would still be shunned and alienated by believers. But Lorraine was a false believer in the faith of his ancestors, and the issue suddenly became more delicate. Was false faith a sin? Or was it a blessing? Regardless, Edward became a Catholic. Like most speculators, his faith was not devout, but he often spoke with fanaticism. The next morning, Lorraine had breakfast and tea on the boat, then waited energetically until around 10 o'clock, when Jefferson's carriage finally arrived. The tall governor smiled and waved to Lorraine from inside the carriage. Lorraine took the short cane and top hat from Carmen, got ready, and boarded the carriage. The Old North Church, officially known as Boston Christ Church, is located at 193 Salem Street in the North End, near Cooper's Hill, one of the 3 hills in the North End. Built in 1723, it is the oldest church in Boston, with a spire 59 meters high, making it the tallest building in the city. It is also linked to the Revolutionary War because of a story, and has since been recorded in the pages of American history. People have passed on that legend and reverently called the church the starting point of the American Freedom Trail. These are all things Jefferson told Lorraine along the way. Like every good politician, Jefferson possessed a fine eloquence and a wealth of knowledge. Like a tour guide, he quoted extensively throughout the carriage, dispelling the boredom along the way and keeping Lorraine very interested. Just like this time, the topic paused at just the right moment, easily piqued Lorraine's interest. Lorraine stroked the round ruby on the tip of his short staff and asked with a smile, since it's called the starting point of the Freedom Trail, could this church be related to an event in the Revolutionary War? The Tea Party? Or the first shots, the shots fired in Lexington? Jefferson explained proudly. The Tea Party was great, but it originated at the Old South Meeting House and can only be considered an instigation. The Battle of Lexington was the true starting point of the Revolutionary War. Lorraine assumed a posture of attentive listening. April 18, 1975, was a day of immense importance to each of us. The British planned to march to Concord to seize our ammunition depot, and that night, our meticulous and careful officer, Mr. Paul Revere, was on duty. Mr. Revere was an outstanding officer with a strong sense of responsibility, unparalleled execution and decisiveness. To better and more quickly convey military intelligence, he devised a warning light signal. Using the height of the church spire, he notified Charlestown across the river, and then sent swift horses to Lexington and Concord, leaving the British nowhere to hide in Boston. 1 light for the Army, 2 lights for the Navy. Jefferson recited these lines in an aria. It has become the charge of the Revolutionary War, and everyone in America knows it. I've heard this story, Mr. Revere's midnight ride. There was respect on Lorraine's face. That night, he and his cavalry rode hundreds of kilometers on dark mountain roads, spreading the news throughout Boston before the British, and even to Lexington and Concord. So you were able to win that opening battle with the best preparations, the Battle of Lexington and Concord, the first battle of the War of Independence, right? Jefferson nodded solemnly. Yes, Mr. Revere is a hero of America. Where did that hero go later? I mean, I don't seem to have seen his name on any occasion. If you want to see him, you will get your wish today. Jefferson laughed mysteriously, leaving Lorraine confused. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Mr. Revere was an excellent soldier and had nothing to do with politics. After becoming famous, he joined the Continental Army and was promoted to colonel. He continued to lead Americans to resist Britain as a hero. It was not until 2 months ago, when the Penobscot expedition ended, that he took off his military uniform at the invitation of Massachusetts, resumed his old career, and assisted the Puritan Church in forming a new militia as a silversmith. Lorraine was shocked. You mean the cargo on my ship? It is used to arm his soldiers. There are 3 regiments in total. The Momentary Militia Regiment. Will he come to the gathering at the Old North Church today? The full name of this regiment is the Northern Boston Regiment, and its designation is Saints. As the commander of the regiment, Mr. Revere will of course attend her founding mass. And not only will he be present, but also the generals of the Central Boston Regiment, the Sons of Liberty Regiment, the Southern Boston Regiment, the Continental Army Bunker Hill Garrison Regiment, and the Navy Charles River Formation will be present to watch the ceremony. Today is a grand gathering of all Boston armed forces. I feel flattered. Lorraine was a little hesitant for a moment. Rather than being invited to such an important gathering, he was actually more shocked by the sheer scale of Boston's militia. Not only were they numerous, but they also had diverse affiliations. It would be strange for such a free-range military organization to be united, even if they were nominally under the leadership of the state government. Is this a case of strengthening the branches and weakening the roots? Lorraine frowned. Mr. Governor, may I ask, what exactly is the Puritan Church? You want to know its nature? Is it a legal religious organization? Is it affiliated with a state government? Yes, this, Jefferson pondered for a moment. Although the Puritan Church's basic structure was derived from the Church of England, and its president was the former bishop of the Massachusetts diocese, it is not a religious group. It is an ordinary parishioner group in Boston, a civic moral pact organization. It serves the citizens and is accountable to the state legislature. Accountable to the state legislature. Lorraine vaguely felt that he had grasped the key. Then what about the other militia? Bang! The sudden sound of gunfire interrupted Lorraine's inspiration. The carriage stopped abruptly, and the chaotic footsteps and screams of the people came from far away. Lorraine saw Jefferson's guards gather together, skillfully forming a spindle, surrounding the carriage, making sure not to disturb the crowd. He also saw the riders galloping towards the direction of the gunfire, and then turning back. Report. Jefferson's face was gloomy. What's the situation? 2 captains of the Saints who will be commissioned today have been attacked. One is dead and the other is injured. All 3 attackers have been killed. All black. Jefferson pondered for a moment. Increase vigilance and continue on the road. Yes, sir. The carriage started again. Lorraine stroked the gem on his short staff, thoughtfully. Mr. Governor, was there an assassination just now? Yes. Is it common? In recent times? Yes. Any leads? Although we haven't found the source yet, we've identified some clues, such as the working class communities in the South Side. Working class communities. In order to encourage slaves to work harder, capitalists in the South Side granted them a certain degree of freedom and wealth. The working class communities were where those free slaves gathered. It wasn't a big deal originally, but some time ago, there was a slave revolt in Martinique. After the revolt was suppressed, a lot of cheap, high-quality slaves became available on the market. No one else dared to take them, except for the self-righteous gentlemen in the South Side, and then Boston security deteriorated. Lorraine asked. Jefferson sighed and nodded. There were workshops in the South Side that manufactured guns and cannons, so these restless slaves had weapons. The South Side abolished slave registration, allowing these attackers to hide their identities. Their freedom of movement made it impossible to monitor these dangerous elements, and they seemed to target all white people, making it difficult for us to establish a targeted direction for our investigation. It's very tricky. Lorraine sighed. Yet, those short-sighted fools seem to have forgotten Lee Francois. If things continue unchecked, they too will be victims sooner or later. No one will be spared. P.S. The Minutemen, also known as the Minutemen, also known as the Volunteers, Quick Militia, and the Militia, referred to a special militia organization in Massachusetts during the American Revolutionary War. Its members were drawn from the best and strongest militias in various locations. PS2. Paul Revere's Midnight Ride was a crucial moment in the history of the founding of the United States and had a profound impact on the nation. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow wrote a hymn for this, called Paul Revere's Ride. In addition, the hero Revere was actually captured by the British that night, and it was his unknown hero who successfully delivered the letter. PS3. The Penobscot Expedition was a landing battle that took place between June and August 1779 during the Revolutionary War. Like most small battles at the time, it was not very exciting. Chapter 269 Beacon v. Castle on the Hill. We must realize that we shall be a city upon a hill, with all eyes upon us. Therefore, if we are false to our God in this matter we have done, we shall become a legend and a laughingstock to all the world. We shall open the mouths of our enemies to speak evil of God's ways. We shall shame the faces of many of God's worthy servants. Their prayers shall be turned into curses against us, until we leave the good land to which we are bound. At the pulpit in the Old North Church Assembly Hall, a short, stocky soldier in a general's uniform passionately quoted John Winthrop's The Model of Christian Charity. He was the American hero, Paul Revere, with a kind, round face devoid of any sharp edges, like the common good-natured country boy who couldn't even manage a good business. Perhaps this is the case with the saying, don't judge a book by its cover. Now, at 45, he is an idol and role model for all American soldiers, renowned for his decisiveness and drive for action. He holds the rank of Major General and commands a regiment. Now, he is preaching to his new regiment. The platform was filled with sturdy, well-dressed young men, each one a top-notch selection. But Lorraine noticed that only about half of them carried rifles, and every face was itched with sorrow, a mixture of sorrow, piety, and exuberance, slowly blending into something called hatred. General Revere must have noticed this, too. At the climax of his sermon, he suddenly changed his tone. The cause will bleed, it will bleed today and it will bleed tomorrow. You will bleed and I will bleed too. Our cause is a ship floating on a sea of blood. Without blood, the cause will eventually run aground and will never reach the other side. But ask yourselves, young gentlemen, are you ready to bleed? If you are ready, why do I see hatred on your faces? It is the enemy who hurts us, it is the enemy who oppresses us, and it is the enemy who enslaves us. Our Lord has enemies, those demons. In order to protect the goodness in our hearts, the Lord's war with the enemy has never stopped. But will the Lord defeat them with hatred? No. God is extremely merciful and the eternal goodness in the world. He fights because fighting can bring hope to believers, not because killing can appease his anger. We are his believers. We will kill the enemy, we will fight, and we will defeat every opponent who stands before us. But the reason we do this should not be hatred. We should not have hatred. That will only make us fallen narrow-minded. Our battle will bring freedom to Boston. Our sacrifice, our blood, our future, and our lives will build a great America. The blood of every comrade will not be in vain. Young gentlemen, please put aside the hatred in your hearts, please cast out the demons around you, and please face your future battles with piety and kindness. God was with the pioneers, may he be with us too. Amen, amen. The rally ended, and the Saints of the Boston Regiment of Northern Massachusetts was officially established. They would establish a garrison on Copp's Hill, echoing the established militia, the Sons of Liberty stationed on Beacon Hill, or perhaps, mutually restraining each other? Would the Bunker Hill garrison and the Charles River formation be used to contain the pioneers in Back Bay, while the Saints of Copp's Hill would contain the Sons of Liberty on Beacon Hill? Without the goal of civil war, could such naive deterrence truly achieve its goal? Or was there a hidden, more profound instability, hidden in a corner that Lorraine didn't know or understand? Lorraine couldn't fully guess. After the meeting, the spectators gathered to congratulate Revere. A perfect sermon, Mr. Revere. It would have been a persuasive speech given in the Capitol in Philadelphia. Jefferson introduced Lorraine with a smile. This is Baltimore's best friend, Mr. Edward Kenway. He had never challenged the northern route before, but upon hearing that Boston needed help, he immediately made the long journey across the ocean, leaving the British far behind. Lorraine bowed slightly. Revere's round eyes gleamed with admiration that was completely unbecoming of his status. Wow! Straight through the Drake pirate group. Are you God's own son? Lorraine was amused and about to explain, but the hook-nosed man beside him interrupted. Paul, you're now the commander of the Boston Collar. Stop your usual airs of ignorance. A mere smuggling ship, how could it penetrate the British naval defenses? Straight, Revere's face flushed. How could Mr. Kenway have gotten from the south to the north without penetrating the defenses? An awkward silence. Seeing Lorraine showed no sign of defending himself, Jefferson whispered in his ear. That's Mr. Luke Hymon, commander of the Pioneer Corps. The Pioneer Corps is a militia based in Back Bay, funded by the Seamen's Guild. So, while their army consists of only one regiment, they have their own escort fleet of 10 ships, one of which is a Class IV. Hearing about Class IV ships, Lorraine finally raised an eyebrow. It seems the Charles River fleet doesn't have any Class IV ships, does it? Only 2 Class V ships, but they're both newly built in Baltimore. That's a shame. After all, in the eyes of landlubbers, gun ports are a symbol of strength. Jefferson could only smile wryly. The two were chatting when the tall, thin gentleman, the only silent figure in the group, extended his hand to Lorraine. Roger Kedalier, commander of the Sons of Liberty, he introduced himself briefly. I heard you risked a great deal of risk to deliver him ammunition supplies. Believe me, Boston will never forget this favor. Lorraine shook his hand, puzzled. It was strange. As a smuggler, it was the Continental Army that bought the guns from Kedalier, and the Saints who received them. This should have been a secret. Who had Kedalier heard this from? Whoever leaked this secret should have considered that it would put the Continental Army in a dangerous position of favoritism. If the Boston militia hadn't shown any signs of rebellion, such an accusation might cause resentment. If they already had, such a divisive act would give them a powerful weapon. Poor Revere? Jefferson or someone in the Continental Army? Lorraine decided not to admit it, playing dumb, and changing the subject. He looked at the beautiful woman behind Kedalier. I heard from the governor that today is a gathering of Boston's powerful army. I didn't expect Mr. Kitterell to bring his beautiful wife here, madam." Kitterell smiled faintly. Mr. Kenway misunderstood. "Miss Teresa is my daughter's tutor. I heard that Mr. Kenway is from Louisiana. I was worried that you only speak French, so I troubled you to act as an interpreter for me." Translator? "Miss Teresa is French, Dutch, but that doesn't prevent me from knowing French, does it?" Sig put on a sweet smile. Took small steps from behind Kitterell to his side, lifted the hem of his skirt and bowed to Lorraine. "Sigrid Christina Teresa greets you." "Sigrid Christina Teresa." Lorraine frowned and returned the greeting. "Your name doesn't sound very Dutch." "Austrian Netherlands." "So it's the Netherlands, not the Netherlands, right? You really know about European affairs." Lorraine was startled. "I've only heard some jokes from my business partners. It's far from an understanding." "Thank you for the compliment." Both men spoke French, fluently and precisely, interspersed with unusual local slang and accents. It was clear they had been immersing themselves in the conversation for a long time, and neither could find a flaw in the other. The polite conversation should have ended there, but Sig seemed determined to keep Lorraine company, smiling delicately as he pressed on. "Is Mr. Kenway's English not very good?" Mr. Kitterell just thanked you for risking your life to deliver arms to Boston. Even if it was unintentional, you should have expressed your gratitude." Lorraine's head suddenly ached. "Ammunition, it was Massachusetts that personally asked for my help. I was just brokering the deal." Jefferson waved his hand and joined the fray. "As you know, the Puritan Church is merely a moral pact organization, not as well connected as the United Chamber of Commerce in the South Side or the Seamen's Guild in the Back Bay. Since it was all for our cause, I only asked Mr. Kenway to make this trip, so that's how it is." Intrigue and intrigue, without Carmen by his side, and his most unspoken secrets exposed to his opponent, Lorraine found it incredibly difficult. Fortunately, Jefferson possessed a sophisticated rhetoric, able to deliver the right assist even without prior rehearsal. After a lively conversation, everyone dispersed. Lorraine wearily boarded Jefferson's carriage, leaned against the window, and sighed deeply. Jefferson shook his head and closed the door. Mr. Revere is from the Sons of Liberty, and this time he also relied on the power of his old friends to form the Saints. "This is my negligence, the delivery was ahead of schedule," Lorraine murmured. Mr. Governor, is that Miss Teresa really a tutor from the Austrian Netherlands? What's the matter? I don't know. That look, that voice, and that temperament, that is definitely not a good person. I always feel that. I should have seen her before." The same doubts also troubled Sig. After leaving the Old North Church, she said goodbye to Kitterell and went to the Wesley Street flower shop not far away alone. Now was not the time to meet, but because of the assassination not long ago, she knew that someone would be waiting for her here. Sure enough, not long after she arrived, a light whistle was heard behind her. "Beautiful lady, would you like to have a drink with me?" Sig spat coldly. "Are you going to bed after drinking, Mr. Ryan?" Ryan's face turned pale. "Forget it. I'm past that time. I'm not really interested in fencing now, really." Sig seemed a little regretful. "Did you gain anything from this morning's events?" "We followed the 3 accomplices who escaped and found some interesting things. In the Mary Dia Chapel in the South District, there was a missionary who spread the color revolution among the slaves. The missionary's name was Ivankin Leshed. Revenge. Leshed? Revenge on Leshed." Sig's face became very interesting. "Black? Or Indian?" "The Indian seemed to have been hanged. The black man disappeared on the night of the tragedy." Ryan laughed so hard. Sig slapped his forehead. Yes, I remember." "What's his name?" "Ryder? Leonard? Richard? Jed, it's Sander." "Yes, the son of the chief, the brother-in-law of the human trafficker, the patriarch of the destroyed tribe, the master of using the sugar press, the extremely smart guy. Do you want to take him down?" "Taking him down is not a big deal." Sig frowned handsomely. "By the way, there is a smuggler named Edward Kenway. Find out where his ship is immediately." Ryan was completely confused. "Does Sander even have a ship?" "It's not the same thing." Sig paced quickly, back and forth. Kitterell said that a large amount of arms will be delivered to the Saints in the next 2 days, but the delivery has not yet arrived, so the goods should still be on the ship. Sander is a variable. He must be eliminated, otherwise it will be unsafe to stay in Boston. The Saints are also a variable. We can't just watch them being armed. I suddenly have a good plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. P.S. The city on the hill comes from a sermon by Winthrop and later became a famous political metaphor in American politics. John F. Kennedy quoted this famous speech in a speech at the Massachusetts State House in Boston, 11 days before his inauguration as President of the United States. In the speech, Kennedy stated that he hoped his government would possess 4 fundamental qualities: courage, judgment, integrity, and devotion. Since then, the city on the hill has become synonymous with these 4 excellent qualities. PS2. Paul Revere's real historical origins were the Sons of Liberty. Of course, there are some differences between this group and the book. PS3. The biggest difference between the Church of England and the Catholic Church is that all members must swear allegiance to the King of England, which means that royal power rises and divine power declines. Therefore, after the United States declared independence, the Church of England dismissed all clergy in the 13 states, while the Episcopal Church of the United States was not established until 1789. For the intervening 15 years, the American religious community did not have a unified theocratic leadership organization. Chapter 270 Beacon VI, Night Raid. A noisy night. Tonight is the second night since the ship was moored in Cayenne. According to the rotation, Catalina should be on duty, with Henna and Noah assisting. But Lorraine's heart has been restless. Since staying in the hotel is also restless, he simply took Karen back to the ship before nightfall and forced the 3 confused women to go back to the hotel to rest. Reason? There is no reason. The precious captain just couldn't get used to the poor man's chicken for dinner. The 3 women were quickly replaced on the boat. Lorraine and Karen took over the ship's defense again and began their second boring and long duty on the deck. After adjusting the defense, Karen found Lorraine holding 2 cups and a small barrel of rum. "Captain, are you interested?" Lorraine nodded indifferently and continued to fill in his navigation record. Undercurrents surged within Boston, the Sons of Liberty, formed by capitalists, the pioneers, formed by merchants, the saints, formed by religious groups, and the Continental Army. 4 land forces, 2 naval forces, the British outside, watching covetously, and the slaves within, hiding and protecting their own forces. Yet, even amidst this situation of internal and external enemies, the city's army showed no signs of harmony. It was as if each was calculating their own agenda, and at the crucial moment, they fell apart. If the British knew the Bostonians were this way, they would surely attack with joy, wouldn't they? Should they counterattack and reap the benefits of the second formation? War with this so-called pirate king was imminent, and of course the more friends on the sea, the better. Lorraine paused, picked up the rum that Crown had prepared, and took a small sip. "Captain, how do you like the white rum here in Boston?" "It's not as good as the ones brewed in the Caribbean," Lorraine said honestly. "For the same cost, I wouldn't send it to Europe, but they seem to cost more. It's the liquor tax." After independence from Britain, the U.S. imposed ever-increasing liquor taxes, and the production costs are already higher than those in the Caribbean. "We don't grow sugarcane here, so we have to import finished syrup from the Caribbean," Kren shrugged indifferently. "Captain, why do I think you don't like it here?" Lorraine was stunned. "You feel it, very strongly." Lorraine frowned and thought for a long time. "I wouldn't say I don't like it, but everything here is covered in fog, and I feel like I'm going to run aground at any moment." Run aground? It was a serious statement. No sailor wanted to run aground at sea, because running aground at sea would damage the ship, which would have more serious consequences than hurting people, and in serious cases, it could endanger the lives of everyone on board. Clen, understandably, grew nervous. "Captain, is it a reef or a hidden one? That's the more troublesome situation. I don't know if it exists, or what it actually looks like." "Damn it!" Bang! A sudden gunshot pierced the night air. The pattern was so familiar, exactly the same as what Lorraine had heard aboard the Jefferson that day. Lorraine jumped up in shock, but after taking 2 steps, the night watchman shoved him away from the cabin. "Captain, hundreds of people have gathered below the ship, slaves, blacks, and Indians with guns. They suddenly opened fire on us, and someone's been injured, blacks, and Indians." Lorraine couldn't imagine how these hundreds of armed men had managed to surround a jackdaw without anyone noticing, but now was clearly not the time to pursue the matter. "Clen, you take charge of the bow and starboard side, and I'll take charge of the port side. Order the sailors to return fire. Shoot anyone who looks threatening. I can pay for it, yes." The gunshots echoed like popcorn in the night sky of the foreday. Lorraine and Cren pushed open the door and emerged. 4 or 5 sailors were already lying on the deck, bleeding and wailing loudly. More sailors began to return fire. Lorraine had equipped the entire ship with long and short firearms, and night watchmen were required to keep their pistols loaded. This requirement proved crucial at a crucial moment, allowing the jackdaw to narrowly survive the initial, most chaotic, round. Relying on their commanding position and a dense volley of fire, they managed to engage the attackers in a firefight. Lorraine strode to the port side of the plank road, took a loaded Charleville from a sailor, and fired at the swaying figure more than 20 meters away. Bang! The figure screamed and fell into the water. More men, dodging from his position, charged towards the narrow plank road. How many of us have arrived? 20 on the port side, 6 on the bow, 32 on the starboard side, 2 dead, 7 seriously wounded. Lorraine ducked to avoid a gunshot, the muffled thud of lead bullets shattering wood close to his ears. What about the other side? At least 140 or 50, and they all have guns. We have guns too. Lorraine gritted his teeth, his face livid. Arrange 10 men to move the Charlevilles, more. Have the ones with good shots fire, and another to reload. Even without using the merchandise, we can guarantee 6 guns apiece. Yes, the sailor beside him ducked into the dining room where the guns were stored. Lorraine leaped forward to take down another attacker, only to see more people pouring onto the plank road, endlessly killing them. Have the planks been retracted? He shouted. The sailor beside him paled. Sorry, I'll immediately. Wait, Lorraine snapped to consciousness. Don't take up the planking. Have Kren bring most of the men to the port side. Leave only 7 or 8 men on the starboard side and bow to shoot any who try to swim or climb aboard. Shots flew back and forth, the battle intensifying. The attackers attacked from the plank road, a barrage of bullets pelting the side of the ship, sending wood chips flying. Kren, with 24 men, joined the port defense. Once in position, he crept over to Lorraine's side. Captain, you want to bring them up to fight, why do you have to? Lorraine grinned cruelly. This is the dock. The Boston militia will be here soon. They'll have to attack quickly if they want to gain anything, and the only way to do that is to board the ship via the plank road. The plank road is only 4 or 5 meters wide. Hundreds of people crammed in here, won't that be a perfect target for a volley of gunfire? As if in response, the sailors carrying the guns ran out of the dining room, clutching their bundles of guns. One of the men, struck by a stray bullet, fell with a scream, his scattered musket slithering down to Lorraine's feet. Lorraine placed his foot on the rifles. Those with good marksmanship will each be assigned 3 or more muskets. Those with weaker marksmanship will squad and reload. Kren, you will command the volleys. Just keep them pressed against the plank road and kill as many as you can. Yes, the jackdaw's counterattack began. Each volley of nearly 30 guns felled 4 or 5 enemies like reaping wheat. The enemy's counterattacks grew weaker under this overwhelming momentum. Their scattered fire rarely landed, and even when they did, the sailors' screams were muffled by Kren's rhythmic commands, making them less piercing. Ready volley. Fire. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. Duck. Switch. Ready volley. After only 6 or 7 rounds, a few sporadic gunshots suddenly rang out from the starboard side. The attackers seemed to be trying to distract the fire from the deck by swimming, but they were quickly repulsed by the defenders. Their last hope lost, the enemy, cornered, began to retreat in a chaotic rumble. Lorraine gave the order to pursue. 3 planks at a time were laid onto the plank path. Lorraine personally led the sailors, marching down the ship in measured, determined steps, quickly forming a wider and denser firing line. Raise your guns. Aim. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. Change your guns. Forward. Raise your guns. Mechanical commands, mechanical movements, mechanical slaughter. Lorraine stood in the thick of the crowd, listening to Kren's commands as his sailors advanced in a scimitar formation, pressing the broad front of the dock. The enemy was routed, and victory was within reach. However, from the unattended stern of the jackdaw, no one noticed the ghosts drifting in from the bow behind. Clad in pure black overalls, Ryan and Harry quietly pushed open the port of the bow gun. The gun port wasn't large, only about 50 to 60 centimeters long and wide, barely wide enough for a thin adult man to squeeze through diagonally. And a few meters across the sea from here was the empty stern balcony and guardrail of the jackdaw. Even though the deck was filled with screams and the cries of killing were deafening on the plank road, there was no defense here. Ryan waved his hand and had the grappling line cast out. Tisk, Lieutenant, are you sure there were less than 70 people on duty on that smuggling ship? Harry fixed the grappling line to the pillar with an expressionless face. 1/3 on duty, that's what I told the tongues I captured, all three, 1/3 of 200 people, 66. Tisk, 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 listen to that line of gunfire, the density, I thought there were hundreds of people shooting, so you better cut the crap, or once those slave thugs are dead, it'll be your turn. The one who illegally boarded the ship, Ryan spread his hands, a look of resignation. I haven't lived enough. So please don't expect too much from a mere mission of infiltrating a cabin. P.S. The large docks typically have planks for ships to dock sideways, thus conserving coastline. A 1650 map of Boston shows that the East Shore dock was a standard large berth dock, hence the ships lined up front and back on the same plank. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Beacon VI, Thunder. About 20 or 30 minutes after the attack began. Using the end of the plank road as a bridgehead, the crew of the Jackdaw completely pinned down the enemy, who had lost more than half of their forces, to the edge of the narrow embankment. It was difficult for them to escape. At this point, under the might of the volley, they would be shot if they entered the water, and they would also be shot if they left their cover and moved to a distance or the embankment. Waiting in place, hiding behind temporary cover and praying was not a good option. Because the whistle of the militia had already been heard, it would not be long before this place would be heavily surrounded. A dogfight involving hundreds of people must be shocking news. Lorraine estimated the impact of this incident and suddenly thought of a forgotten question. By the way, how did you let over 100 or 200 armed thugs surround the Jackdaw? The sailor being questioned by Lorraine said with a bitter face, Captain, the docks are full of dock workers of all colors. They gathered nearby in scattered groups, and some actually moved cargo to the ships in front, behind, and around us. There was nowhere to defend ourselves. What about the guns? Did they hide them in the cargo? Some were in the cargo. We saw them opening the cargo to take them out. Some. I don't know. They clearly didn't have any when they got on board, but when they got off those cargo ships, they suddenly had guns in their hands. They had guns when they got off the cargo ships. Lorraine's eyes widened, suddenly remembering the previous sentence. They did move cargo. Damn it. They may have more people hiding in the cargo ships. Everyone give up the suppression and retreat immediately. Boom. A deafening roar. The deafening roar resounded in the middle and rear of the Jackdaw, like rumbling thunder in the sky, and like the sound of a volcanic eruption. Bright red flames instantly tore through the starboard side and rolled out. Thick columns of smoke rose into the sky, mixed with broken timbers, flying wooden boxes, and bundles of firearms inside the boxes. Half of the poop flew up, rolled in midair, and slammed heavily onto the open sea more than 10 meters away, stirring up waves like a tsunami. The towering mizzenmast twisted and fell, dragging with it a series of intertwined ropes, dragging down the mainmast, and all of them fell onto the plank road, like the dangling arms of a dead person. A fire broke out. Everyone on the dock stared blankly at the tragic scene that seemed to be upside down. Whether they were the attackers, the attacked, the sailors and dock workers who were taking refuge from the disaster, or the Boston militia who came to support. Lorraine's face was as red as if it was dripping blood. Sacrificing hundreds of lives as bait, just for this firework? That's truly a brilliant tactic. Kren, take 20 men back to the ship. Save those who can, but if not, abandon ship, rescue the people, and salvage everything else later. As for the rest, Lorraine gritted his teeth, slowly drawing the scimitar from his waist. We've paid the bill, and now it's time to enjoy the service. Gentlemen, kill them all, leave no one alive. Daybreak. The docks of Cayenne flowed slick with blood, and the militia soldiers, stifling vomit, gathered the scattered corpses. Last night, this place was hell. The small, 100-meter-long seawall had become a killing field reserved for one man. The smuggler named Edward Kenway, transformed into a demon by the fate of his beloved ship, personally slaughtered over 30 people with the support and cover of an entire musketeer unit. The militia soldiers had never seen or imagined that righteous revenge could manifest so viciously. First came the death order. After the Jackdaw exploded, the sailors on the plank road launched a final attack on the attackers scattered along the small seawall. Shooters, in groups of 3 or 5, targeted every pile of material shelter. Those who tried to raise their guns were shot, those who tried to flee were also shot. Only those who bravely rushed out of cover or cowardly took shelter were spared. Awaiting them were the terrifying scimitars. Lorraine patrolled the seawall alone like a beast, raising his blade to strike at the brave and the cowardly, and then struck. Crimson blood soaked his clothes again and again, and with his footsteps, it flowed across every inch of the seawall. By the time he had finished his slaughter, no one was left alive. The sailors on their shifts arrived, led by the crew. A new rage needed to be vented, and the demons had gained even greater power. A new round of slaughter, even greater in scale, began. Lorraine, citing the need to eliminate the risk of the thugs hiding, forcibly searched the nearest 10 berths, totaling over 30 ships. He dragged all the blacks and Indians from the ship, lined them up in a long line, tied their hands behind their backs, and knelt in the plank road to be mass executed. Carmen and Belle, with stern faces, set up a table at the foot of the embankment where the militia stood frozen. They examined the slave contracts and expertly settled claims for each slave owner who demanded their release. The contracts were described, inspected, depreciation calculated, and the money settled. Then, in front of the slave owner, the slave's skull was shot open. Once both parties had confirmed the body was dead, the slave and the contract were thrown into the sea. Unclaimed slaves were treated differently. A sailor would approach and ask for their master's name, the price, and the time of purchase. Those who could answer were recorded, their middle fingers cut off, and their fingerprints placed on them. Those who couldn't answer were simply fingerprinted on a form of betrayal. These bloody contracts, along with the equivalent amount, were handed over to 2 militia captains who had arrived to support them. They were forced to watch the execution, waiting for the sailors to create the bodies and then inspecting their compliance. This round of slaughter claimed another 76 lives. 12 white men, motivated by justice or other reasons, protested, only to be knocked unconscious by the enraged sailors and hanged upside down from the seawall pillars at the execution ground. The entire night was devoted solely to killing. When the sun rose, a pale-faced Jefferson and a group of gentlemen, including several Legion commanders, arrived to find a strewn field of corpses and a blood-red seawall. Jefferson watched in astonishment, his voice trembling with uncontrollable rage. "Edward Kenway, do you understand what you're doing? Eliminate the hidden danger," Lorraine replied hoarsely. "With a massacre? How ridiculous. This is a city on the hill built by justice, not a lawless place where pirates run rampant. City on the hill." Lorraine sneered and smoothed the scattered hair on his forehead. "In the city on the hill, more than 100 armed mobs attacked my ship, and no man of justice came to help. The militia that was nearby was late. It doesn't matter. I used my own strength to repel the mob, and adhering to the principles of restraint and non-extremism, I gave up the means of quick victory, and stalemate with these mobs on the shore, waiting for the justice of Boston to punish the cancer of Boston. Then, my ship was sent to the sky by attackers hiding in other ships. 19 brave sailors who were loyal to their duties were caught in the explosion, 14 died, and 5 were seriously injured and were declared dead not long ago. At this point, you still expect me to rely on the axioms of Boston?" Lorraine laughed suddenly. Yes, the Jackdaw was attacked because it was loaded with munitions, and the munitions were delayed because of the delay of the Saints. I tolerated such a customer because of the wishes of the Continental Army, and I took this order because of a certain promise. In the end, I didn't even get to meet Cotton Jack here, Mr. Jefferson. Don't you think it's interesting to reverse this matter? Cotton Jack is Virginia's friend, right? Jefferson's face changed drastically. "Kenway, calm down. There are too many coincidences in this matter. Far-fetched explanations will only make you lose real friends. I know the explanation just now was irrational." Lorraine glanced at the Boston gentleman on the seawall intentionally or unintentionally, and suddenly interrupted Jefferson. "But since you can't even hide the matter of the arms, it's not surprising that some people know more. You can guarantee that you won't do so, but can you also guarantee that no one will want me to think so? You mean, this attack is aimed at..." "It's just simple reasoning." Lorraine took a deep breath. "Although you didn't say anything, I guess there's a British ghost on the seawall?" Compared to an enthusiastic person supporting Boston, the identity of a friend of Baltimore will make him care more. Jefferson suddenly calmed down. "That's a very reasonable analysis, Kenway, but it's a pity this is not the place to talk. Can your ship still move?" Lorraine shook his head regretfully. "The fire is out, and the ship is lucky enough not to sink, but my shipwright told me that she has lost the value of repair. In her current condition, She cannot leave the port? Then I will arrange a tugboat to go to Back Bay, and the salvage and cleanup here will be left to the saints. Back Bay? Pioneers. Jefferson shook his head solemnly. I have a friend who I can absolutely trust who runs a shipyard in Back Bay. Although he is not a member of the Seamen's Guild, in terms of strength, he is definitely not inferior to any force or individual in Back Bay. You will be safe there, very safe. Chapter 272 Beacon VIE, Beacon. Last night's experience was probably Lorraine's biggest setback since the captain's death in Cherbourg. A total of 22 people died, 16 were injured to varying degrees, and 19 of those caught in the explosion were wiped out. Not a single one survived. The Jackdaw was also among the casualties. The keel was severely damaged, the poop was shattered, the mainmast and mizzenmast were broken, and the quarterdeck was in shambles, with almost no intact area. If the Jackdaw hadn't had any combat power, Lorraine had only a minimal supply of gunpowder and shells. The secondary explosion alone would have been enough to send the ship to the bottom of the sea. Now, after a night of hard work, the fire was out, the hull was barely salvaged, and the salvage of personal belongings from the poop was largely complete. The munitions that had flown out were now being handled by the saints. Lorraine faced two pressing problems: how to undetectably retrieve the ancient gold artifacts weighing over 300 pounds and nearly 50,000 pounds worth of gold coins from beneath the hold. The gold weighed over 370 kilograms, primarily consisting of hundreds of thousands of gleaming octagonal gold coins, tens of thousands of British pounds, and a similar number of Louis d'or. If these sins were piled unchecked onto the embankment, Lorraine feared he would be at war with the whites in Front Bay. Another concern was the ship. The Jackdaw's life was doomed. For the first time in his life, Lorraine had lost his flagship. Worse still, the Jackdaw was of great importance to him, its value far greater than simply a good ship. He needed to find a replacement for the Jackdaw quickly, a high-speed merchant ship with ample cargo holds, sufficient space, and adequate self-defense capabilities. Such a ship could only be found in three places: Bermuda, Baltimore, and right here in Boston's Back Bay. That was why Lorraine had followed Jefferson to Back Bay. With Jefferson's wisdom, he must have understood Lorraine's needs. Since he had recommended his friend at this juncture, Lorraine had reason to be optimistic that the shipyard owner, Edmund Hayter, might have the tanks and ships Lorraine needed. The outcome was indeed favorable. Watching the smoldering Jackdaw being slowly towed by two tugboats into the temporarily rented shipyard's water tank, Lorraine finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Height, I'm truly grateful that you're willing to take us in after what happened last night. Lorraine, Jefferson, and a tall, muscular gentleman gathered at the dock of the water tank. This gentleman was Jefferson's friend, Edmund Height, the owner of the Boston Height shipyard, a refined man with grease and paint seeping through his fingers. How should I put it? Just like another Cran, even the same inarticulate nature. Following Lorraine's politeness, Height waved his hands modestly. No, Mr. Kenway, I didn't do anything for you. You rented the silo, and even the accidental compensation clause was your suggestion. As a considerate gentleman like you, I can't find any reason to refuse. Considerate? Perhaps no one in Kyanwan would see it that way these days. Lorraine laughed and pointed outside the silo. Disappointment was evident on Hat's face, and even his broad shoulders drooped. Really? That's right, your experience last night was too thrilling. You should rest now, not deal with a stranger like me. Lorraine gave Jefferson a strange look, but only saw a helpless, bitter smile on the face of the cunning politician. But Jefferson seemed not to want to interrupt. Lorraine rolled her eyes in frustration. Mr. Hayter must have misunderstood. I wasn't pointing to the door, I was pointing to your dock. My dock. Yes, you saw the condition of the Jackdaw? Since the governor introduced me here, I figured you'd have a good ship, right? Lorraine had never imagined that leaving everything to an optimistic probing question would lead him to such a strange vessel. Yes, strange. In the third dry dock of the Hayter shipyard, Lorraine stood before a large ship with its masts removed, silently flipping through the detailed sea trial report provided by Hayter. According to the sea trial report, the ship, named Deobio, was 53 meters long, 9.7 meters wide, had a draft of 5.5 meters, and a displacement of 1,150 tons. She was likely a three-masted bark, similar to the Jackdaw, with three aft-rigged masts, a mainmast 52 meters long and a height of 50 meters, and a double beam, one fore-aft rig. Sounded pretty standard. Of course, That's just what it sounds like, because no living person with eyes would associate the ship's designation with the word conventional. This is a ship cursed by speed. The fragile hollow bow sacrifices the bowgun and shifts the center of gravity aft, all for the sake of speed. The standard Baltimore design of the bow shield improves wave cutting and water dividing capabilities, all for the sake of speed. The mast is set back to further adjust the center of gravity. The tilted mast also allows for a longer mast, a larger sail area, and reduces the chance of the mizzen sail blocking the foresail's wind, all for the sake of speed. Even while warships around the world are still debating between a 3.5 and 4 aspect ratio, she has already adopted an extremely slim 5.5 ratio, shaping the entire ship into a single arrow, also for the sake of speed. And that's not all. Compared to the hollow bow, the double-stacked 6 stern guns are clearly intended to give the bow a higher rise. The traditional 4-mast broad sails have been replaced with 7 narrower sails to increase wind-catching flexibility. Wing sails are, of course, essential for high speed. Furthermore, 4 large Bermuda Triangle bow sails, mounted on the 12-meter bowsprit, enhance windward force. 4 closely spaced catching sails, located between the mainmast and foremast, further enhance windward force. The nearly 40-meter-high Super Bermuda skeletal sails, spread across the entire mizzenmast, significantly increase windward force. All of this creates the Deo bow. With a speed of 16 knots downwind and 5.5 knots upwind, Lorraine can guarantee, without even collecting specific data, that she is the fastest ship in the 50-meter-plus class. But is this truly a good thing? The Deo bow's incredible speed comes at the cost of an extremely sensitive center of gravity and even weaker wind and wave resistance than the Brigantine. This ship might not capsize while underway, but a single broadside, even an 18-pounder, even 24-pounder gun of her class, would surely capsize her from the recoil. In other words, it wasn't an armed merchant ship at all, merely a super-fast merchant ship of sheer simplicity. But Lorraine happened to spot gun ports on the Deo bow's side, strange, scattered gun ports, distinctly rectangular in design, unlike the typical square. Curious. He flipped to the second page of the shipboard review and was immediately captivated by the ingenuity of the hit shipyard design team. The Deo bow was indeed unsuitable for naval guns, so the original 2-tier gun bays were reduced to a single one, with the upper tier converted into a simple cargo hold. On the lower tier, the designers creatively arranged a unique diamond-shaped gun bay, combined with fan-shaped gun rails. This allowed for 2 fixed firing lines, diagonally forward and diagonally aft, in a compact space, one for pursuit, the other for escape. Lorraine was so amazed that he couldn't help but exclaim aloud. This is probably the most nerdy gun arrangement in naval history. Hit waited nervously for Lorraine's comment, but his nervousness prevented him from hearing her words. I'm sorry, Mr. Kenway. Lorraine shook his head and closed the evaluation report. You don't have to mind me. Please introduce Beacon to me. I am very interested in her, really. Hader's face flushed with excitement. This child is called Beacon, Beacon, Lighthouse, Beacon, Guiding Light, because she is the daughter of Boston. Boston is a well-deserved beacon of the United States. On the one hand, the earliest colony of this town was between 3 hills, and the tallest and most central of the 3 hills is Beacon Hill. On the other hand, Paul Revere's Midnight Ride and the wind lantern hanging on the spire of the Old North Church open our cause for independence. It is nicknamed the Guiding Light by people all over the United States. Thirdly, this ship is an experimental ship of a great design and a beacon of the new era of the ocean. We are trying to find a way to speed up large battleships from her, so, she is an experiment, and an immature experiment, right? Lorraine interrupted with a smile. Yes, since you said you wanted to find out how large battleships can speed up from her, may I ask, what is the elevation angle of her complete broadside bombardment? That depends on the wind and waves at the time. Gentle wind, light waves. 5 degrees. Haight turned his eyes away guiltily. 5 degrees, to 15 degrees. Lorraine's mouth dropped open. You mean, you and your team gave up an entire layer of firepower, used this space of 24 guns to place 16 guns, and even gave up the T-bow advantage, and she still has a 15-degree elevation angle, in light waves. That's true. What about big waves? Haight shrank back slightly, startled by Lorraine's shouting. Because the medium and large wave evaluations are after light waves, those hired sailors refused, but they readily paid the penalty. When you receive the penalty, Didn't you ever consider that the best fate for this ship was actually to be dismantled by you yourself? Looking at Haight, who was clumsy and at a loss for words, Lorraine didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Forget it, Mr. Haight, one last question. What is the price of the Dale Mark? Haight seemed to have grasped at straws. Mr. Kenway. This ship is built entirely of the finest Bermuda cypress, with handmade flag sails from Baltimore. It's fully equipped with 16 18-pound long-range guns and 6 12-pound medium-range stern guns. It's been 3 years old and has been meticulously maintained by me. It's in better condition than when it was new. Sorry, I want to hear the price. Hatter gritted his teeth and shouted at the top of his lungs, the price. The Deobeo is 7,500 pounds. Lorraine was shocked again. It wasn't because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. The Deobeo was made entirely of the highest quality materials for high-speed craft, and with that meager rigging, even selling it for 15,000 pounds would barely break even. And not to mention it had been in dry dock for 3 years. Dry dock maintenance is a special privilege reserved for first and second class ships. It makes the wood tougher and more resistant to decay, significantly extending the ship's lifespan. A mere merchant ship, is that so bad? If this ship meant so much to Haight, why would he sell it at such a low price? At this thought, Lorraine suddenly thought, this ship is a test vessel for a great design, a beacon for a new era of the ocean. Mr. Haight, may I ask, are you short of money? P.S. The beacon is a true original ship, there's no need to search for a prototype. P.S. Haight Shipyard, the contractor for the Sixth Fleet America program, built the renowned USS Constitution. Chapter 273 Beacon IX, Naval Revitalization Plan. Haight was indeed in dire need of money. As he spoke incoherently, Lorraine suddenly realized that this wasn't the first time she'd heard his name. A naval revitalization plan. On their first trip to New Orleans, Katharina had bought a seemingly insignificant piece of information from old Bart. Jefferson had suffered a political defeat in Boston. Due to the French Navy's active naval performance, the American Naval Revitalization Plan he supported lost majority support in the Continental Congress. His friend Edmund Haight was financially distressed because of this. Construction of 2 new destroyers at Haight's shipyard was halted, and Jefferson could face charges of wasting tax money. The Jefferson mentioned in this information was undoubtedly Thomas Jefferson, the governor of Virginia. He and Haight were good friends, and Haight had fallen on hard times because the United States had canceled the shipbuilding contract. Lorraine couldn't understand why the governor of Virginia had been so determined to support a naval revitalization in Massachusetts, and even gotten himself into trouble over it. Are there any stocks? Lorraine, newly enlightened, felt unusually relaxed and asked without much thought. Hatter looked even more embarrassed. I didn't expect you to know so much, he stammered. Actually, Mr. Jefferson wasn't my close friend, our friendship was more than an acquaintance. The person he truly wanted to help was General Robert Smith, the core leader of the Democratic faction in the Continental Congress and admiral of the Charles River Fleet. Lorraine recalled the sampan admiral she'd met at the Old North Church yesterday. He was young and kind, but seemed quiet. Aside from a polite greeting, Lorraine didn't make much of an impression. But not remembering Smith didn't mean Lorraine couldn't understand the intricacies of the situation. Implementing the Naval Revitalization Plan would enhance Smith's influence in Boston, just as Adams' efforts to support Hamilton in Baltimore were political strategies based on expanding group influence. The difference was that the Continental Army had an absolute advantage in Baltimore, so federalism succeeded. Boston was a mixed bag, and no one wanted Smith's dominance. The Naval Revitalization Plan fizzled, and democracy naturally failed. What else could be said? That's politics. Lorraine had simply become intrigued by the 2 so-called new destroyers. She was curious to know what ships had replaced Liang Jingru, giving the Democrats the courage to believe they could unify Boston with just a few ships. Mr. Haight, if it's not too much trouble, I'd like to see the destroyers abandoned by the U.S. Navy. Is that difficult? Even with the contract rescinded, the U.S. still considers those 2 warships its own property. That's not the reason, it's just, Haight sighed dejectedly. Never mind. Please follow me to Dock 1. Once you see the real thing, you'll understand how I feel. Haight's feelings. Soon, Lorraine was in the vast Dock 1 of the Haight shipyard. This was arguably one of the most advanced construction docks in the world, complete with dry dock, wet dock, supporting water and land storage, office area, processing area, and a new steam engine room to replace human labor. As far as Lorraine could remember, the last time he'd seen a shipyard of this caliber was back in his hometown, the Royal Naval Dockyard in Plymouth, England, widely considered one of the world's finest. Even the size was similar. The dry and wet docks were both 80 meters long, capable of accommodating the construction of the most advanced first-class warships. The larger naval base could accommodate 2 first-class warships, and the towering 70-meter-high sluice gates met the mast height requirements for this type of ship. This made Lorraine doubt the Americans' claims. Could the so-called new destroyer be a codename for a domestically built first-class warship? Strolling forward, the two soon reached the dry dock. A massive skeleton lay on the docking platform, comprising the keel, ribs, and portions of the hull and whole deck below the waterline. It was like entering a giant's tomb, eroded by time, leaving only its former majesty. Scattered around the skeleton were formed ship materials, piled and organized into different categories. The only problem was that there was no one there, not a single worker was walking around the entire shipyard. Lorraine's eyes widened. This is the new type of ship originally ordered by the Navy. How long is she? 62.2 meters long, 13.6 meters wide, with a length-to-width ratio of 4.5, a design draft of 6.8 meters, and a displacement of 2,200 tons, a first-class ship? Or a second-class ship? Haight shook his head nostalgically, neither a first-class ship nor a second-class ship. We are just a private shipyard. Even if we spend a huge amount of money to renovate the top-level shipyard, we do not have the confidence to build more than 2 layers of heavy artillery gunrooms. Her design ship carries only 44 guns, 28 24-pound main guns, and 10 12-pound secondary guns. Together with 2 bow guns and 4 stern guns, the firepower is slightly superior to the current mainstream frigates, barely reaching the top in the 4th class and below field. Lorraine frowned when he heard it. Don't you think it's a waste for such a big body? Haight laughed. Desolate, proud, confident, and there seemed to be some other indescribable emotions. Although her firepower is disappointing, that's because the Americans can only produce 24-pound guns. Furthermore, our design allows her to reach speeds approaching 13 knots. Once she's running, no warship in the world could catch her. Speed type, could it be the Daobio? As a warship, many of the Daobio's design details were ultimately rejected. But the few remaining traces, such as the Bermuda-style sailing, the Baltimore-style hull, the addition of wing sails, and the lengthening of the bowsprit, still make her the fastest warship in the world. A true pocket battleship. Looking at Haight's enthusiastic face, a dangerous idea began to germinate in Lorraine's mind. Pocket battleship. I'm going to buy the Haight shipyard. After bidding farewell to Haight and returning to the naval base, Lorraine immediately gathered all the sailors and convened an emergency board meeting of the General Chamber of Commerce. The sailors were not surprised by this call. After all, they'd suffered a heavy loss last night, the jackdaw pinned to its berth and hammered to pieces, and they hadn't even known who their opponent was. Given Lorraine's temperament, he was determined to get even. Even if he was about to swallow his anger for some reason, Drake's pampered core crew were ready to persuade him, because the dignity of the pirate flag could not be violated. They waited, and waited, anger lingering in their hearts, humiliation fermenting in their souls. Then, finally, Lorraine's summons arrived. But, excuse me? Was the chairman out to inspect investment projects? Were the projects promising? Would the annual returns be high? Would the shareholders be satisfied? Are you crazy? Without a word, Atron slammed his palm down on the table. Captain, shouldn't we be discussing something else now? Something else? Lorraine tilted his head innocently. Like, last night, Lorraine suddenly realized, and asked curiously, find them, kill them all, blood debt paid with blood. Is there any other way to deal with what happened last night? Silence fell. The sailors finally realized that the inevitable answer didn't require discussion, action was all that mattered. Lorraine waved his hand, feeling both amused and embarrassed, and let Atron return to his seat. Since you're all concerned about what happened last night, let's briefly discuss it. First, mentality. The planner did a fantastic job last night, and we should be fully convinced. Second, emotions. Anger doesn't solve anything, it actually clouds our judgment. That's why we needed to vent last night. Third, action. The enemy is hidden, and we're in the clear. Talking about so-called plans is pointless. Fourth, prerequisites. We're outsiders in Boston. If we want to take action, we must first rely on a certain force, the one we're least likely to be associated with. 5. Retreat. Our actions will eventually bear fruit, but before that, we should consider our retreat, which means the ship. 6. Finally, Boston is unstable and could fall at any time, and our identity is very sensitive. So before we act, we must first ensure our safety. The above 6 points. Lorraine looked around the room. Any questions? He shook his head. In that case, let's get to today's board meeting. I plan to buy the Boston Heights shipyard. P.S. Robert Smith, 1757 to 1842, was a political activist in the early days of the American Republic. He served in the military and later worked in law. Politically, he was a supporter of the Democratic Republican Party and a believer in Jefferson's democratic ideas. He was the founder of the United States Navy, the initiator and first implementer of the Six-Ship Plan, and served as Secretary of the Navy during Jefferson's cabinet and Secretary of State during Madison's cabinet. Chapter 274 Beacon X, Big Business. Buying the Heights shipyard was probably a completely crazy idea, Lorraine told herself. This was a huge deal, a truly huge deal, not a risky venture like arms smuggling, with its low investment and high profits, but a purely commercial undertaking, potentially worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of pounds. Land, equipment, materials, designs, talent, debt, and subsequent investment and output. Lorraine had no idea how much he'd need. It could be dauntingly large, or dreadfully small. He'd have to test the waters to find out. And the board meeting had to happen first. Business was business, and buying the shipyard was a business move for the Chamber of Commerce. If the decision passed, the cost would be borne by the Chamber, not Lorraine personally. However, the Chamber of Commerce currently had only a little over £10,000 in undistributed dividends, meaning Lorraine would likely have to cover the acquisition up front, then recoup the funds in installments or a lump sum from future smuggling profits. This mattered to everyone, and it naturally required the approval of every seafarer. Thinking of this, Lorraine took a deep breath. I took a comprehensive tour of the Heights shipyard today. It's a small, yet exceptionally high-standard shipbuilding facility, boasting 1 office building, 3 independent water tanks, and 4 composite docks. The docks include 2 sixth-level docks, 1 fourth-level dock, and 1 first-level dock. This was a rather technical presentation, and while Lorraine spoke earnestly, only a limited number of seamen truly understood its value. Kren was undoubtedly one of them. This world-class shipbuilder trembled with excitement. Captain, is this really a first-level composite dock? Boston actually has a first-level dock? What's the point of the Americans building something like that? Even if we gave them the blueprints for the Victory, could they actually build a true first-level ship? He asked repeatedly. Kren's unusual behavior caught Carmen's attention. As Lorraine's negotiating partner, she desperately needed to catch up on her unfamiliar knowledge. Kren, a first-level dock? Is there anything special about it? It's not the dock itself that's special, but its construction cost and function, Kren said solemnly. Simply put, apart from a few anchorages of the Royal Navy along the coast of England, there are no more than 5 privately owned first-level docks. This is not because the civil engineering technology is substandard, but because it is not necessary. A first-level dock is used to build first-level ships. From the length and width of the dry and wet docks to the height of the corresponding water tanks, to supporting facilities such as material flow, processing, and storage places, all must be built according to the needs of first-level ships, and there is also the steam engine. As a new thing, this kind of machinery can make the splicing of ship materials more accurate and stable, can greatly promote the speed of shipbuilding, and is also beneficial to improving quality. It is an indispensable configuration for a first-level dock. Kren rarely got into a fanatical attitude in front of his comrades, talking with his hands dancing and spitting. However, while a first-class shipyard is advanced, it is also synonymous with expensiveness and waste. It is a tool, a huge tool. If there is no need to build and maintain first or second-class ships, it is far less practical than a lower-class shipyard, because a tool should not be more expensive than the finished product. Because of this, most of the first-class shipyards in the world are owned by the royal family or the navy, and only they have first and second-class giant ships that need maintenance. The remaining few are basically all the world's top private shipyards, possessing the technology to independently manufacture the most advanced warships, and have already accepted orders for first and second-class ships. In the shipbuilding industry, a first-class shipyard is a medal. Carmen was stunned by what she heard, vaguely feeling that something was wrong, vaguely, and felt that since the experts said they were professional, they shouldn't be wrong. So, This Hyatt shipyard is the world's top shipyard? From equipment to technology, Lorraine coughed awkwardly. Hyatt's situation is a bit unique. It was built as part of the U.S. Navy's previous expansion program. Its technical team isn't top-notch, at least, it hasn't taken on orders for warships above the third tier. And well, it's almost bankrupt. Many people were stunned. Kren's impassioned speech had just successfully established a world-class shipyard in everyone's minds, but Lorraine had bluntly overturned it all, completely and thoroughly. Kren pulled at his hair, a look of shattered dreams on his face. What kind of revitalization plan is this? The Americans want to build a first-class ship, too. They don't even have experience building a two-tier gun bay, let alone a three-tier one. If they don't build a first-class ship, why would they need a first-class shipyard? Well, New World shipbuilders have always had brilliant ideas, and they've made quite a few naval innovations, like the 62-meter-long destroyer. 62 meters? Destroyers, 40-gun class, Lorraine nodded. A 44-gun, single-deck galleon, with 24-pound main guns and a speed of 13 knots? The joking expression on everyone's face vanished. Kren, still speaking with a serious tone, asked, "Captain, did they succeed?" The galleon design remains on paper due to funding constraints. But when funds became available, they built an experimental ship, a 53-meter-long barge, with a top speed of 16 knots, and it's already passed sea trials. Lorraine's crew looked at each other in shock. In an age that values reputation and skill, passing sea trials is the ultimate recognition. Every entry on that thin report was tied to the integrity of the experimenter. As long as the data was published, there was little chance of falsification. This meant that the Haight shipyard was a creative and advanced facility. It might not be suitable for the Navy, but it was very likely the best choice in the world for pirates and merchants. When everyone learned this, Lorraine knew that the conditions were ripe. He closed his eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen, this will be a big deal. Whether to acquire the Boston Haight shipyard, I need your answer." The sailors looked at each other and finally elected Carmen, who was bound to participate in the acquisition negotiations, to speak. Beautiful Carmen's eyes flickered. "Captain, I need to know your price." The base price is £40,000, which includes all the shipyard's infrastructure, the completed and unfinished hulls in the dock, the materials in the warehouse, and at least a 10-year service contract for the original management and design team. What about the premium? No more than £60,000, Lorraine pondered for a moment. This shipyard is in serious financial trouble and won't be profitable anytime soon. Since we're destined to be in debt, we can't pay too much at the outset. I see you make a great capitalist, Carmen smiled. I understand. Regarding the acquisition of the shipyard, I agree. Kren raised his hands. Agree, Bell and Atrin shrugged nonchalantly. Abstain? This was Daniel and Wang Yi. Agree, Noah and Katerina exchanged glances. The only ones who remained silent were Hannah and Pierce. The teenage bad boy grinned, revealing his beautiful white teeth. Brother, it suddenly occurred to me that the board's decisions are based on the number of shares, right, but the ship as a whole, Pierce. Holding grudges will only bring disaster upon everyone else. You have to remember that. That's something I'll need to consider after I become captain, Pierce chuckled. I agree, Mr. Chairman. Finally, only Hannah remained. Everyone knew she never objected to Lorraine's decisions, and this one would be no exception. I agree, she said as a matter of course. Chapter 275 Beacon, Dependence. On the fourth day after arriving in Boston, the crews who had lost their flagship simultaneously launched their operations. Lorraine divided the team into 4 groups. He led the first, accompanied by Carmen and Kren, tasked with acquiring shipyards and seeking support. The second, led by Atrin and Bell, led Pierce into Boston's social scene. The third, led by Wang Yi and Hannah, began investigating the hidden slave organizations. The fourth, led by Katerina and Noah, was primarily responsible for guarding the water tanks, cleaning the jackdaw, transferring munitions, and restocking supplies. Each person had a precise and specific mission. The shame of a Kyanwan was a debt that these vain and proud privateers owed, a debt of gratitude. Group 1. Carmen wore a dark green dress today, almost black, yet with every movement, she cast a shimmering green shadow, showcasing the texture and luster of the finest silk. Every stitch of this material represents money, every thread exudes power. Carmen rarely wears it, but she carries it with her all the time, especially for negotiations like today, when she demands pressure. A noble lady emerges from her boudoir, filling the room with splendor. Lorraine's eyes lit up. Carmen, every time you are serious, I suspect that I have seen another person, because clothes and makeup are half of a woman, my captain. Carmen spread out her silk fan and covered her mouth with a chuckle. May I ask you, among so many Carmen, which one is the most beautiful in your eyes? Every one of them is a peerless beauty. Lorraine raised her elbow to invite Carmen, but in my impression, the haggard beauty who is anxiously waiting in Southampton is probably the most beautiful one. You actually remembered the most embarrassing time of a socialite. Carmen rolled her eyes in reproach. Like Hannah said, your slowness is a sin. Laughing and noisy, lights and bubbles, Carmen held Lorraine's arm, followed by Kren. The three were about to go to the battlefield together when the sailor on duty at the warehouse door suddenly ran in. Captain, you have guests. Guests, two gentlemen. One is Mr. Thomas Jefferson, the other calls himself Mr. Poirivier, the governor and the legion commander. Lorraine rubbed his brow in a headache. Such dignitaries have come. How come Jenny and McCarthy didn't know to greet them? It's said that human rights and obligations are eternally equal. To put it bluntly, most things in the world are not as they wish. To put it even more bluntly, no one can expect to be satisfied. Among Lorraine's team, Lorraine and Kren are probably the two most enthusiastic about acquiring the shipyard. Kren's enthusiasm stems from simple professional instincts and a longing for a beautiful retirement life. He joined Lorraine's pirate ship because he was excluded from the shipyard. As a veteran and the oldest of the seamen, he often imagined his life after leaving the ship. Judging by Lorraine's generous treatment of long-term sailors, he has a high chance of becoming a senior executive of the Chamber of Commerce after leaving the ship. If he didn't have such aspirations, he could probably live comfortably, enjoying a share of the stock and idling out a boring retirement. But that wasn't what he wanted. As a master craftsman trained at Plymouth Naval Dockyard, he still dreamed of shipbuilding. To personally build a majestic warship, to sketch the future of the ocean with his own hands, and so on. Now Lorraine had given him the opportunity to realize his dream, a state-of-the-art shipyard. While the design might seem a bit underwhelming, once he took over, everything would change. Compared to Kren, Lorraine's ambition was more ambitious. He wanted to design a sailboat just for him. This was no simple wish. Every profession has its specializations. There are many skilled sailors in the world, and there are certainly many as versatile as Lorraine, but only a handful can truly design a ship on paper. Sailboat design is a specialized skill. Lorraine wanted a fast, agile, sturdy, and powerful flagship. To turn his vision into reality, he first needed to assemble a team of professionals skilled in this field. However, strength require a sufficiently large and stable hull, while speed and agility run counter to this requirement. Design teams dedicated to the pursuit of high speed for large warships are rare, and finding one is even more difficult for him. But who could have imagined that at the Jackdaw's funeral, Jordan would actually present him with one? Lorraine's shock and joy are undeniable. This joy even mitigated the humiliation suffered at Kyanwan, allowing him to rationally plot revenge with a relaxed mind. This clearly demonstrates Lorraine's determination to conquer the hit shipyard and its eccentric group of designers. However, as the team leader, he had responsibilities, one of which was irreplaceable social duties, such as hosting visits from Thomas Jefferson and Poirivier. Lorraine could not shirk his responsibilities, even though he was fully aware of their purpose. In the reception room of the water tank, Noah prepared tea and refreshments for the three guests, while Catalina, in a rare performance, served as host. Because Carmen had gone to see Hatter on Lorraine's behalf, his mind wandered and he felt a bit absent-minded. Mr. Kenway, were you just about to go out? Jefferson's opening words received no response. Seeing her guest's awkwardness, the righteous knight politely nudged Lorraine on the shoulder. Lorraine snapped back to his senses. What, Mr. Kenway, were you just about to go out? From the look of you, I hope Mr. Revere and I didn't disrupt your plans. You can tell from my look that I did, right? Lorraine, abandoning common sense, smiled and waved his hand. But it doesn't matter. Boston couldn't have a more important guest than the governor, not to mention that even Mr. Revere is here today. Faced with such a force, even if the Jackdaw gets bombed again, I have an obligation to decline the duel. Do you already have a duel? That depends on whether the governor is willing to let me duel in Boston. A brief, blunt exchange of words, escalating and fading, followed Lorraine and Jefferson by toasting. Revere gave an awkward smile and quickly raised his glass, willing himself to be a foil. Lorraine was slightly taken aback, Mr. Revere is truly unsuited to politics. This was a concession. Revere's awkward social gestures upset the balance of power between Lorraine and Jefferson. Lorraine had no choice but to allow them to state their intentions, otherwise Revere would be embarrassed. This is the frustration of asking for favors. As he had said, Lorraine knew their intentions from the beginning. The jackal had been scrapped due to the Saints' disorganization, at a huge cost to Lorraine. From a purely business perspective, this was entirely the fault of the other party. Lorraine had ample reason to demand the Saints cover their losses, and she also had ample leverage, as less than half of the munitions had been exchanged, consisting of what had been blown away. However, the Saints had everything except money. Their backing was the Puritan Church. Ever since the outbreak of the Revolutionary War, when members of the North American Episcopal Church were excommunicated from the Church of England, missionary activity in America had entered an unspeakably awkward situation. Old religious organizations had disbanded, new ones had yet to be established, and theocracy was completely defeated by human rights in the secular realm. The clergy, once the wealthiest of the Middle Ages, could hardly have imagined a day when they would need government aid. Currently, the Puritan Church shouldered the heavy responsibility of missionary work in the greater Boston diocese. While its influence rivaled that of the Episcopal Church, its funding depended entirely on grants from the Massachusetts state government. The principle of grants was clearly that less was better, not more. It was already difficult for the Puritans to afford food and clothing, so to support their newly formed militia, they would have to betray their position and join the Continental Army. Lorraine had figured all this out the night before, after calming down. The Boston militia was unstable, and the Puritan Church was desperate for a boost. The clergy and politicians had a perfect rapport informing the Saints. At least until both sides' demands were met, it would be more appropriate to view the Saints as the Continental Army, partially financed by American funds, rather than a militia. Therefore, this impoverished band of fanatics refused to compensate Lorraine, but at the same time, they couldn't relinquish the bulk of the munitions still in Lorraine's possession. Their only option was to persuade Jefferson to intercede, preventing Lorraine from shifting its losses onto the Saints. And now, Lorraine had relented. The mission accomplished, Jefferson smiled reservedly. I hold the commander-in-chief in high esteem, and I ask your forgiveness for any demands. I can bear the losses myself, and the goods can be delivered today. But, Governor, you can't just buy all this with a simple forgiveness, can you? Lorraine asked with a smile. I'll agree to anything reasonable. I don't think you'll refuse. Lorraine sighed softly and stood up solemnly. Mr. Governor, Boston has been quite unstable lately. I wonder if the United States is planning to hire some mercenaries to address the security situation. Jefferson raised an eyebrow. Massachusetts has limited tax revenue and can't seem to afford such high hiring fees. I know a friend who offers a very low price. How much? Lorraine held up a finger. 1 octagonal gold coin. What do you think? I'll bring my proposal to Massachusetts. From my perspective, they have no reason to refuse. Then I'll trouble you. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.